Are we ready? We're on. Okay, we will now call to order the S-Bar meeting of May 19th, 2023, beginning with item number 1, public comment. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak on an item that's not on the agenda for today, please step forward or raise your hand if you're online. Okay, item 2, the agenda status report. Jonathan.
Item 6,
10.
T-Mobile at Tucker's Grove is requesting for a continuance, as well as item number 10. Ghaffari Montacob new residents. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Item number 3, we'll review the minutes of May 5th. No. Yeah, he's trying to vote on. Start.
We have comments on number 1 or yeah, okay.
I think for item 1C, instead of landscape plan shall demonstrate planting palette, should just say shall include planting palette along driveway, and also the next sentence shall also include proposed screening of pool. If that makes sense. Anything else for item 1? Okay, item 2.
I have a comment on item 2. This is for a modification, and we say it's a nice project. Modifications acceptable as proposed, as it is minor in nature. But I think we need to add something to indicate that it's an appropriate design for the site, because just to say that the modification is minor in nature, it's not in itself like an argument to approve or not approve a modification. It's not a complete comment to the modification of this. Right? Okay. So we just add it's an appropriate design for the site.
Okay, item 3.
Okay. That's something on 7. I think that's an important project there.
Well, let's keep moving through 5 and 6.
Yeah, on B, I suggest the following correction. Study overall massing of building to create variety and interest on the building elevations. Okay, study overall massing of building to create variety and interest on the elevations. Okay, there we go. Okay, the second and third sentence are okay. In C, I think this is important. Study south elevation to enhance the first floor elements. I think what we're asking there, what we're asking is to create some interest on the first floor facing the street. So it was just too plain looking like a pancake or the other two, and under the other 2 floors. And D is the continue to study continue to study options. How about improve the design of the columns on the parking area. Improve the design of the columns in the parking area. Consider an increase in depth and bring that into architecture of building to give them strength. That's okay. And then the third one is I think we talked about including a projecting trellis or some kind of an element that goes past the building and does not conflict with the parking. So consider including a projecting trellis. And that's what I have. That's what my comments on that. Yeah, that's good. We go now to 9, I think. B, there's a sequence of 3 arch top windows in front of the elevation appears arbitrary. Restudy and consider using.
Can't really hear whoever's talking right now.
Yeah, it says, anywhere where it says on B, restudy, consider using square top windows. I think, consider using rectangular windows or one large window. Restudy proportions of reglets, that's fine. But I just think that using square top windows is kind of anemic. Just go in more detail.
You have your own.
What?
Yeah, I was thinking about that sentence. using, instead of arbitrary, I would say awkward. Sequence of three archtop windows in front elevation appeared awkward. And I eliminate restudy, I should put right away, consider using rectangular windows. So basically the
Or
same,
one large.
or one large window.
Would solve that.
Restudy.
Not restudy, just consider using.
Okay. So we're good with that. We're good with that. On 10, instead of the word demonstrate on 10A, return with plans showing. Showing.
How about clearly showing?
Clearly showing. Yeah. The height and extent, not just the height, but also the square footage.
Yeah.
What we're talking about. We don't know if it's just a small area, you have to build it. If there was like clearly showing the proposal, 16 foot at level, including area ceiling. It's up to the ceilings. Something like that.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
Moving on to 11 then. On 11E. It was the undulated structure. What do we mean by that?
Well, it had a long, unbroken two-story wall. So we may
But-
need to push some of the second story to
But
a
the-
different part of the property.
How about that? Study ways to break a long, two-story
Two-story.
wall along.
Along.
Which one is this? Under where?
11?
11E.
E?
The second thing, study ways to break up long two-story wall along north property line. Correct? Is that what we meant? Yeah, okay.
not on B, it says, after another round of conceptual review, I think it just say, after further conceptual review. Because there might be two rounds.
It sounds like a boxing match.
Round 2.
So what did we say about F? Now,
Yeah.
yeah, no, I think we're concerned that should be reconsidered or is it like, does the board have issues with the deck or is it just with the privacy? I forgot about that. It's a little bit ambiguous. But,
Right.
the board is concerned about the privacy related to the roof deck and just leave it at that. Okay? But neighborhood privacy.
Yeah, neighborhood privacy. I mean, I think should be reconsidered as all right because
Okay,
they should think about how much they really want that because it's
Well, or, should they demonstrate? Should they show a section of the neighbor's building?
Yeah, we didn't. That isn't in here. Well, we have update plans to include outline Oh, yeah, show adjacent property structures on subsections.
Yeah. I think that's more specific.
So then to read. How about like this, roof deck, excuse me, the SBAR is concerned about privacy issues related to the roof deck. Provide site sections showing adjacent property. Is that what it is?
Well, but I think we should leave D alone because that's a separate
I see.
item of showing both in plan view
oh.
and in section the neighbors.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So,
Disregard my comment.
um,
Okay, we're on 12.
So B, item B should be provide a complete site plan. And then continue, clearly showing difference from existing blah, blah. Instead of needs to be more complete, just be more direct, provide a complete site plan.
All right.
You good?
yeah,
Okay. So
Yeah,
I'll make a
okay.
motion then to approve the amended minutes.
I'll second it.
All those in favor? Aye. One abstention, I was not present. Okay, I'm moving on, then item number 4, SBAR members informational briefings. Anyone else?
I need to recuse from item 5.
Okay,
And also if we can determine what time we might hear that, because there are members of the public that want to attend. It seems like it could be either just before lunch or just after, so if
It
we can
does.
kind of keep an eye on that. and
yeah,
I need to let them know.
okay. We'll keep an eye on that. All right, item number 5, staff update.
Only that you may have gathered that I am filling in for Joe today. That's the only update I got.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see, so the consent agenda.
We have 3 items. Should I name it? 22-00237. That's 3000 Kenmore Place. That's the C1. We have approvals as submitted. C2, 4235 State Street, the kind of the storefront approved as submitted. And then number 3, 1125 Orchard Drive in Valida, also approved as submitted. So I make a motion to approve those 3 items as submitted.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion carries, and we can now move on to our regular agenda, beginning with item number 1, which we did a site visit for this morning. And that is 3485 Padaro B LLC edition, request of Laurel Perez and Shelby Mesner Janke. agents for 3485 Padaro B LLC, who I don't see. Are you all online?
Hi there. Yes, thank you. Shelby Messner-Jenke is online.
Okay, so this is located at 3485 and 3485.5 Padaro Lane, Toro Canyon. Last heard July 8th, 2022. SBAR comments from last time are as follows. A, well-designed and executed project, nice improvement over existing condition. B, site visit with story poles required. C, more information on shade structure requested. And D, study opportunities to soften black projection at north elevation. And so Shelby, I'll turn it over to you. If you can show us what's changed and give us a quick presentation when you're ready.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. Again, I'm Shelby, agent for the owners from Suzanne LH Planning and Permitting. I'll just do a super quick overview as you were out to the site this morning. As you mentioned, there's an existing residence as well as a cottage on the two properties. The proposal is to demolish the cottage, merge the lots, and do an addition to the existing single-family residence. We're here for further conceptual, so I will pass this off to Mary Andrulitis, project architect, and she'll walk you through the changes and how we address the comments from the last minutes.
Great, thank you. Good morning to the board. I will try to make this quick and focus mainly on your comments from our last meeting, as well as a couple revisions that I'd like to point out. So if we could go to sheet 6 of the PDF. It is the site plan. Since we last met, we had both the SDRC committee meeting as well as we received our initial planner letter. So a few of the things that I'll point out are addressing those items. We updated the side yard averaging information on this sheet. We did learn at the SDRC meeting that it's likely we will need to relocate the auto gate fence and trash enclosure out of the right of way. So that is a design item that's currently in flux. We're in the process of studying those options right now. In general, the landscape and hardscape areas remain the same. The driveway is proposed to be an aggregate concrete with a weathered wood boardwalk that connects the driveway to the front entry as well as to the pool and the beach. We did submit a landscape plan, but I'm actually not going to spend any time on that today because it is also in flux. But I will just reiterate the landscaping. There are some native island oaks proposed along the creek, along with a bay laurel hedge at the north end. There's an existing Brazilian pepper to the south of the pool, right about at the string line, and we're proposing to add a couple more in that area. And then the hedging along the east property line is proposed to be either Podocarpus, Laurus nobilis, or black acacia. And we can go to sheet 8 of 20, please. The first floor plan, we wanted to address your comment about providing more information on that shade structure at the pool. So you will see at the top, adjacent to the existing floor plan, we added a, you can't see it if you scroll to the top of this page. Thank you. There's a plan of the pool as well as that shade structure, which is 24.5 feet wide, 18'3" deep. It does project partially over the pool. Let's see. We have added some vertical wood screening that I'll point out on the exteriors. That was at the request of the owners to add a little bit of detail and texture and also to improve their privacy. You'll notice in the proposed plan that deck that connects the existing garage to the new front door. That is the main area where we've introduced that vertical screening. And then also, if you could scroll down just a tiny bit to the right of the living room fireplace, on this plan, there's noted we have a rain barrel just outside. We have added on to the second floor, there's a cantilever above that rain barrel that I will point out on the next sheet. If we could go to the next page, please. So again, the primary bathroom, the owners requested separate water closet rooms. So that is the corner that we projected cantilevered out over that rain barrel. The vertical screening from that deck on the first floor continues all the way up to the second floor deck on the west side. Again, that's to improve privacy there. It extends all the way, fully enclosing that deck, but we do propose at guardrail height, above guardrail height, to have a section that opens, just for a little bit of flexibility there. Let's see, anything else? Oh, and then on the primary suite south deck, it initially had an angled south edge, which we have since straightened out on the orthogonal and pulled the southernmost corner back a little bit. You could next go to sheet 11 of the PDF. The exterior elevations. The pool pergola again is elevated at the bottom of the page. We have since reoriented the slats on the back, the vertical edge of that to go vertically to match the other vertical screens that we've introduced. And you can see it's 9'8" in height. And that is in order to maintain an 8'6" clearance under the lowest horizontal structural member. And you could go to the next page, please. The north facing elevation, this was the one a comment was made on. Initially, we had this, there are two tones of siding, a lighter and a darker, and this was all proposed to be the darker color. We're now introducing the dark color only beneath the slats, the vertical slats, which we've introduced on this north facing elevation. And the sides are now proposed to be the lighter color. Let's see. Oh, and I would point out too that the auto gates and fence, especially if we are proposing to move them closer to the house and out of the right of way, those already screen this elevation quite a bit. And we're also going to introduce some landscaping there as well. The next page. This is the west elevation facing the creek. So that is where you can see that vertical screen that we introduced. The break in the screening is the steps up to the front door. It does extend to that second floor deck, as I pointed out. And the street facing gable on the left side of the proposed west elevation, we have since eliminated the vertical slats from that. As I said, it was all the lighter color now on the sides. And then I think we can jump to sheet 15, page 15, which is a handful of renderings. I think it's just a little easier to see a few of the things that I have pointed out. The shade structure, again, that cantilevers over the pool in that perspective number 2, the screening on that bottom perspective, in addition to the trees that are proposed to help screen. And then there's one more page of renderings as well. Just a couple other views. And again, we have eliminated the screening on the sides of that gable projection on the north end. And that is it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mhm.
Questions from the board?
Actually, one question on the parking spaces that are north of the garage. Is that the bare minimum to get the amount of parking you need in there? I'm just thinking if you had more room for planting buffer against that.
Now that we're moving the gates back, we will use that area forward of the gates for more planting. And we propose to enlarge the planter around that north facing gable a bit.
Okay.
But hoping to keep a little bit of paving there. It's just a tight site, as you saw this morning, to maneuver. So it's nice to be able to have turnaround space there.
So that'll end up being 2 parking spaces instead of 3, probably.
This is Shelby. The parking will be in the garage. The required parking spaces are located within the garage. That area will just be open for paving, depending on what's left, if the gate needs to be relocated.
Okay.
So then I have a question with regards to that north elevation. Can you address the last comment, maybe in a little more detail, study opportunities to soften the black projection on the north elevation, which we're looking at here on the screen, I think on the left?
Yeah, so yes, and actually this is a good view to have, because on the south elevation, the perspective on the right, we've sort of extruded that gable end and the vertical walls out to cover a small portion of that deck. We're actually now, this whole design is, we submitted this sort of in the middle of design, so it's been in flux. We're proposing this to reiterate that gesture on the north elevation. The dark color is only on the north, not on the sides. The sides will be the lighter color. And the lattice is the lighter color. So the black is behind the lattice.
Oh.
So the lattice is being used to help soften it, in addition to potentially a tree on that corner. And so there's a planter that runs all along that end. We'll add some additional landscaping.
Okay, but no plan for any fenestration on that north elevation.
No, no new fenestration. It's existing to remain.
Oh, gotcha, right, that's right, okay. Also, can we go to page 11? I guess it's just one up. Or many more up. Just being out at the site today and seeing the neighbor to the east, I'm wondering what the plan is for privatizing that second story deck on the east elevation. I guess it's shown here bottom left. It just, is it, are the views just deck to deck, and how is that going to be private from the neighbor to the east?
The dotted line here that you can see, this dotted line, this is the neighbor's deck.
Ah,
So you can see they're out of alignment. They don't
Are beyond
directly
it.
look at one another. Yep.
got it. Okay, I thought they were already in line. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Anyone else questions? Okay, public comment. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item, please step forward. Raise your hand. We had no letters and I can see no one coming forward, so we'll bring it back to the board for comments. Ms. Frosher.
Well, when we were at the site, I did have a couple of questions about the windows on the east elevation, and I know that you've changed those to glass block, which is good, and are kind of minimizing fenestration on that side. But I guess I do still have a question about that deck that Chris was just asking about, and whether there's tree planting that will screen, because even though it's not right next to the neighbor's deck, it's right next to their garden, I guess. And those buildings are so close to each other. So can you just go over what the landscape is as far as screening goes between that deck and the neighbor? I guess that's a question. Are you there?
Sorry, I thought I had unmuted. Can we go to the first floor plan, which is the page 8? I think there's some room. That's something we can address. I will address with the landscape architect if you scroll down to the proposed, yeah. So that, I'm gonna try to grab a pen here again. Sorry, hang on just one sec. Okay, that deck above is right here. So it does sit back a little further, and we've got this pad for some pool equipment and mechanical below it. There is a bit of room here where we could, again, look at introducing maybe something with a little more height to it, but that is something I will address with landscape.
Yeah, can we look at the site plan just, or the landscape plan to see what you have there? And is the pool equipment well enough? Uh-huh. Since it's so close to the neighbor for the pool equipment as well.
Yeah, at this point,
Oh, I think you muted again, Mary.
it was we have just the hedging in that area. But I will discuss that with the landscape architect, with Lisa Zeter, and see if we can introduce something maybe with a little more height.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Any other comments?
No, I think that's it. for
Okay,
me.
Mr. Verdiak?
No, I don't have it. Comment.
Okay, Mr. Pujol?
No comment. It's a beautiful project, very nicely designed.
Okay, Mr. Rubb?
Having comments in the architecture on the landscape plans, as you know, Mary, it sounds like they're still in flux. Just a couple plant comments. I probably would recommend having the landscape architect take Stipa tenuissima off the plant list. It's like it's a high risk plant. It's not officially considered invasive yet, to my knowledge, but since it's natural, next to a natural, like the body of water, I'm not sure
It's tidal.
the tidal water there. I would recommend just taking it off because it's kind of a high risk plant. Other than that.
Which one was that again? Sorry.
This
Stipa?
Stipa tenuissima.
Thank you.
Then can we go, anything else?
I'll just formalize my comment that I think the planter to the north of the north elevation could be widened a little bit to allow for better depth.
Okay. And can we go back to that page 11? Going back to the same issue that I was looking at before in the privacy for the neighbor, if we can go down on that page a little bit. So you have that you showed us where their deck is. And so you have two windows kind of looking out onto those. What is that room and how is their privacy achieved there?
That is the primary bathroom, and it sits in the setback, so those windows cannot be operable. As shown, we were proposing fixed obscure glass. We have since changed this to a single, we're introducing a little more of the glass block like we have in that area, as a single strip between the two sinks.
Okay, so those will be glass block.
Yes, so completely private.
Okay.
I mean, privacy is obviously a concern in the primary bathroom for the owners as well.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Otherwise, I have no additional comments. Anyone else?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I appreciate that in the merging of the lots, that the front closest to the ocean is the pool and landscape and low. And that the big house is toward the back.
Yeah.
It's good.
Great, so all positive comments, and I would say return to full board for preliminary and final when you're ready.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
So these are the comments to the modification of the
Planning officer. Or where do you go from here, Mary?
Where do we go?
So they would go to the ZA or
It's only on the straight, right? Yeah.
So we're still working on our completeness review. This is Shelby. We're working through our application completeness, and this project does require a coastal development permit at hearing with the ZA.
Okay,
I think we need to put some positive comments then. Because. So I think it says well-designed and executed project, nice improvement in existing condition. And,
Make it say But I appreciate that the vehicular circulation is kept closer to the road and that most of the properties getting back to garden and other living space.
And the board has no objections to any other elements up for the project. Okay. Okay, moving on. Item number 2, Legler Additions, request of Alex Newman, architect for the owner Lee and Kurt Legler for conceptual review of an addition of 730 square feet and remodel an existing single-family dwelling and a new storage shed accessory structure located at 622 Ladera Lane in Toro Canyon. And looks like it's the first time seeing this. Do we have our applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Alexa Newman, architect.
Okay, sorry. Alexa, when you're ready, show us what we're looking at in about 10 minutes.
We have an existing 1775 square foot house on a 1 acre lot. It's got a detached garage of about 700 square feet. No work is proposed on the existing garage. It's a very charming Spanish revival style house on 1 acre. The lot is gently sloped, and then towards the south it slopes a little bit further. You can see that. If you go back to the photo sheet that she right before this, you can see the wooded nature of the property towards the front, and then the rear yard has existing lawn and is bordered to the east by an established orchard. On this sheet, you can also see the garage is board and bath with a composition tile roof. The main house is white. There's the original house was concrete block, and the addition that was done in the late 80s was wood frame with boat plaster. And it's a little bit of a different scale. If you look at the front elevation, so if you just look at the original, you can see the addition here is a little larger scale than the existing. If you want to go down to the proposed plan, it's two sheets down. There we go. Yep. So we're proposing a storage shed that to the west of the site, running downhill parallel to the garage in a similar style to the garage, also boarded that. No utilities, minimal plumbing. No plumbing, minimal electrical. And then on the existing residence, we're preserving most of the residence, adding on to the rear, and then at the south, popping out for a primary bedroom. We'd like to go to floor plan.
I think we just run through the elevations, probably looks
Perfect.
minor enough.
Great.
Actually, while we're here, what's happening around the shed? I don't see any hardscape indicated.
No, and there will be none. It's just it's grade. We'll have a landing outside the door, but
Okay.
there's no windows or first elevation.
Okay.
So the point of this design was to keep with the scale of the existing house that's very charming and cottage-like. And to just pop out these two little perches for a larger kitchen and a primary suite.
the clients really wanted to have all the bedrooms on one side of the house. Right now, they're on opposite sides of the house, so we created a southern bedroom wing and a northern public space wing.
So this is the demo, right?
Yeah.
Existing, let's go look at the proposed elevations.
See the area of addition, beyond, so that's top elevation is the front. And you see down to the right, sorry, on the top elevation, beyond that front elevation is the pop out of the primary bedroom. With the bay window all the way to the top right. of the sheet. And then the next elevation down, the second from the top, that is the kitchen addition to the left of that elevation. And then furthest down is the east elevation, and you see the new primary bedroom bay window, and then
Can you
beyond.
point? Draw your- yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, thanks.
So here is the new primary bedroom with the bay window. And then here is beyond, farther in the distance is.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Questions from the board? No questions? Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Step forward or raise your hand. Okay, see no one. Back to the board for comments. Anyone?
I think it looks fine.
I agree, it's a fine project. Maybe what you may want to do is show the proposal on darker lines in the existing with, more like partial kind of, so it's clear as a presentation, see it right away, that it's a fine project.
Anyone have anything else to say? No? Okay. All right, sounds good. So all positive comment.
Yeah, let me add, are the windows recessed or how are you dealing with the windows?
So windows, most of the new windows will be wood.
No, but are they recessed or flush?
Yes, the framing of the addition will be 2x6, so they will be.
Some recessed.
Okay, we turn.
One more question. Did you say the roof is tile?
The main house roof is terracotta tile, and then the shed roof will be composition tile like the existing garage. Those two buildings are fairly far away from the main house, and it made more sense to keep with the style of the garage with the adjoining shed.
Okay, return consent for them and final. When you're ready. Okay,
That's as good as it gets.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Okay, item 3,
Sorry, Chris, was that full board or consent?
that was consent.
Chris, do you think we're gonna do item 5 before lunch? Because I should warn, because we're starting on 3.
I think we can get there, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna tell them.
Okay, item number 3 then, 3050 Foothill Farms LLC additions. Request of Shelby Messner, Janke, and Heidi Jones from SEPS, agent for Rachel Stern, for preliminary and final approval of an addition of 1,411 square feet to the existing residence, reclassification of an existing foreman's house into main dwelling, new barn of 2,265 square feet, guest house 800 square feet with a new attached trellis and cabana of 136 square feet, and some other stuff. Located at 3050 Foothill Road in the Toro Canyon area, last heard July 22nd of, I assume, last year. And we have 3 comments from last time. A, nice project. B, size, bulk, and scale are acceptable. C, return with full details. And I see our applicants here. Please state your names for the record.
I'm Nicole Bergil, agent for the project.
Derek Eichelberger, landscape architect. And Brett Ettinger, architect for the project.
Okay, so whenever you guys are ready, give us your short and sweet presentation.
Sure thing. Hi, Nicole
Yeah.
Burgeel, Suzanne Elledge, Planning and Permitting Agent for the project. This is 3050 Foothill Lane, as you know, currently developed with a single family residence and 17 acres of avocado and mandarin orange groves. The project proposes a new guest house and barn, the expansion of an existing garage, and the addition of a cabana, trellis, and landscaping. Staff have deemed our application complete, and we're here for a preliminary and final design approval. As you said, you guys gave comments on July 22nd, 2022. And in addition to your overall review, we're specifically requesting your review and approval of a height exception for portions of the roofs of the residence, which the architect will point out, guest house and barn, which exceed allowed height in order to provide for architectural character. The portions that exceed allowed height are less than 10% of the total roof area of the structure and less than 400 square feet. Architect Brett Edinger will point out these areas, and the proposed structure heights have not changed since your last review. So you did see these last time. And with that, I'll give it over to Brett.
So Brett, let's focus on the height issue and then probably details.
Okay. Thank you. As Nicole explained, you guys are probably familiar with the site from several months ago. It's on the north side of Foothill upslope side, just east of Toro Canyon Road, 20.5 acres in total. Just real quick, just to acclimate you, there are 4 project components under your review today. The first one's at the lower southwest corner of the property, just inside the entry gate, where we have proposed some new retaining walls. Those were originally permitted about 15 years ago when this project came through the first time and received its coastal development or land use permit. They were never built, so we're proposing them now. The owner's concerned that the steep grade to the upslope side of the entry road is pretty radical, and she wants to control any potential land movement and erosion control. The second component is, as Nicole mentioned, the house addition and remodel, which is the second blue bubble. Third is the guest house, again, just to reacclimate you, which is a detached 800 square foot guest house. I'll get into that roof line in a little more detail. It's on an existing pad. And then at the top of the site, which was originally proposed and permitted as the main residence, is the proposed ag barn on an existing grading pad as well. So I'll cut right to the chase. There's a lot of sheets in here, so I'm gonna.
Brett, there's a pointer if you're gonna point to something, okay?
Yes, thank you. Usually I'm just walking right up there. Don't need to point anymore. I think you're all familiar. If we go right to sheet A 4.0, if you look on the index, so I'm sorry, I'm not gonna be able to tell you, it's probably the 24th. Oh, it's after the landscape plan. So A 2.0, sorry.
I think it's the last set.
Number 7.
This because it has some contextual renderings that will better. I think you might have just gone past it. A little color up above. There you go. The one with the 4 color renderings. Thank you. If we could look at the entire set of drawings at the same time. Let's see, the lower right there, that's the existing residence as seen from from Foothill Road. Upper right shows the second floor addition right there and a little peek of the guest house beyond, which is very negligible. And this rendering, which is the only view from public, also doesn't incorporate the proposed trees or screening elements that are part of the landscape plan. On the left-hand side, the existing picture taken from the existing entry gate up to the barn site, which was the main residence site. And then up above, we showed this before, a little eave is exposed of the proposed ag barn, which is clad in leather and steel. We move right along to the guest house, which is going to be walked through the exemption, which in fact we touched on the last time. If you go to sheet A 2.3G, which is going to get us past the residence. keep scrolling, probably, there you go, that's the landscape plan. We're gonna have to go a little further. It's a lot of sheets. Sorry. You're getting close. There's the guest house. Stop right there, please. As we may have mentioned the last time, and we did touch on this before, but Josh was kind enough to say we already made the exemption and don't worry about it. That little section, that triangular section at the gable south end of the guest house, which is hatched right there, that's the little portion that exceeds the 16 feet. We are proposing the guest house to match the roof slopes of the existing house, which are 3 and 12. So we, by default, don't meet that exception for roofs being 4 and 12 and greater to exceed the 16-foot. However, we do meet it for the other reasons that were explained. If you scroll down a couple more sheets to A4 point. Let's go right. One up. See, that's a good one. You can see at the top of the page, there's a little section that exceeds right there, the 16-foot height limit, as I showed in the rendering. Pretty
Got it.
much can't see this guest house at all, and then we're just matching the existing house roof slope.
Okay, that's sufficient.
Okay, great. And then if we move. Now we have to keep scrolling along to the roof plan of the barn, please. And we did show renderings of these structures the first time through. The guest house wall sections and details. This is good. We're getting a chance to see the details as we move through this. So maybe we don't have to be redundant. There is the barn next sheet. If you go maybe one more sheet past the lighting plan, there you go. That section at the top, we presented a rendering from the east before as really just a little articulation in shed roof to bring in north third story light. So if we scroll down just a little bit to the elevation, side elevation, we're right there at the top of the page. And the second drawing down, you can see that little triangulated area there to really just add a little life to this rather Spartan elevation, which is all clad in weathering steel. That's that section that exceeds the 16 feet. That area of the barn is not visible from anywhere. So we're hoping, in the interest of good design and the fact that we meet the maximums, which are less than 10% of the roof area or 400 square feet, whichever is less, that you would provide support for these two sections. Should I wander through the house details since we kind of already want to know? Yes,
We got them already.
you got them. Okay, great.
Yeah. Okay, great. Anything else you need to share? Any landscape stuff there?
Well, I do want to turn it just one last point of clarification. I believe our land use, because we've solved all the various riddles throughout the process, includes the site walls that are at the entry leading up to the site, but they're not on our project description for some reason.
Okay,
So we're looking for approval of those as well today. I believe Derek can sort of walk you through the elevations and the plantings in those areas.
okay.
Thank you.
Very briefly, if you would.
Plan, she helped me one. There was a comment, I think, from
Just stay on
comment.
7, I think. Everything's on 7. No?
one of the main house planting plan.
I think so. I think we should show the board entry wall elevations. Yes, so that's this one first.
It's for the main house. Well, we're here, so this is the entry wall scenario we presented in the last presentation. That's under a previous owner, this area had been graded in such a way that it's continuing situation of erosion and cleanup. Storm. So the design team tried to present a series of stucco and stone walls that create a kind of a play along the edge of the road. And the planting related to it is at the bottom, primarily very textural plantings, a lot of them succulents and agaves, phalaris, which the owner loves and has encouraged us to use as a red. Then at the top, you can see the blue bubble at the top, which is a natural landscape. We have a buffer planting below that, which interfaces with the structure, the textural planting above that, which is all native planting like roots.
So what are the walls that we're looking at?
I might be able to help clarify three-dimensionally if you back up to the civil plan, C 2.0, which is going to be C 2.0 on yeah, it's going to be real close to the front, and that will explain what is existing there in elevation and what is proposed and the heights included. C 2.0. Hopefully we have. There it is at the top. Yeah, it should. If you zero in, please, on the upper elevation. Thank you. It's not showing up in color like our drawings are, but nonetheless, on the left-hand side, as you drive in at the lower edge of the slope, there are some existing intricately colored gray plaster walls and some existing sandstone walls. You can see them on the left, and that squirrely thing is the sculpture that's in place. To the right, where Mike indicates new, we're basically taking that architecture which exists throughout the entry road and up top at the main residence to incorporate a series of stepped local sandstone walls and the same intricately colored plaster walls to kind of play off three-dimensionally from one another. and rather than a one tall 10-foot wall, there's a series of stepped walls with different materials to handle what Derek was talking about.
There's also some boulders, sandstone boulders incorporated into the overall theme.
Does that help explain
Yeah.
that little area? Very good.
If we want to go to the main house planting plan, LP1, I don't know.
The main house.
I guess our thumbnailing wasn't as good as it could be.
Could just describe.
There you go.
Great. But now I'll look at this stuff. And the LP Oh. Okay, we're looking at the area. Yeah, just in that area. Apparently there was a comment or concern from in the previous review about how visible the this west. end of this property is. Which, is probably mixed in. Would actually really create a pretty dense shield and that's it. So I think that was the only concern from the previous ones.
Okay. Great, let's move on. Questions from the board if you guys are finished?
We're finished. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any questions? No questions. Anyone from the public would like to speak on this item? Step forward, raise your hand. Okay, see no one, and back to the board for comments. Ms. Frosher.
Well, I think it's ready to go. It's been pretty carefully executed and, you know, the issues that come up in terms of heights of walls and visibility. And I feel that the areas that extend over the height are pretty minimal and are fine for modifications to the height.
Okay. Mr. Verdiak.
I agree. I think it's well thought out. It's a nice project.
Okay, Mr. Pujol.
We agree to.
Okay, I have nothing to add. I remember I worked on this house about 15 years ago, probably for the previous owner. But yeah, it's an incredible site. So I would think, let's see, you are here for preliminary and final, so if someone wants to make a
So
motion.
make a motion for preliminary and final as submitted.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Okay, moving on, item number 4, Morandon and Kennard Family Trust. Request of Mark Morando, agent for the owners Cindy Kennard and Vittorio Morandon. For conceptual review of a 563 square foot addition and a 504 square foot detached accessory structure, 2 front entry pillar gates, and the validation of an as-built trellis attached to the existing ADU. It also includes the relocation of the existing pool, a new spa, and various hardscape and landscaping located at 685 Toro Canyon Road. And your name for the record, Mark? I think it's not on. We'll see.
Okay. Mark Miranda, agent for the owner.
Okay, so Mark, whenever you're ready, show us what we're looking at and I'll set the timer for 10 minutes.
Okay. I'll wait till he gets to the plans, but basically there's an existing 2-story house. The kitchen is kind of a separate wing of it, and we're just doing a rear addition to the kitchen. The 563 gross square feet, so that's the front with the garage and the master on the top. And if you go to the second page, A2, that's the site plan. You see the main house, and at the back, there's an addition, it's flat. And then on the left, we're doing a detached accessory building. That is 504 square feet. It's like 18 by 26. And on the upper left, there's an old residential second unit that was converted to an ADU a few years ago. The accessory building is matching it exactly with the same roof, the same stucco, the same windows, everything. And the house, the addition to the house on the back, the deck extends across the front of it. And we're putting, if you scroll to the next sheet A3 is the existing plan. So that's the existing house, and the addition's going off the back where you see the stairs are being removed. And the second floor is just noted to the right, and then above that is just an existing detached accessory that has an outbuilt, as-built trellis that we're legalizing with this. So if you scroll to A4, when I put this together at the last minute, somehow I brought in a new sheet if you want to look at this sheet.
basically the legends came over the top, the window and door, but the addition on the left is at the back of the house, scroll down just a little so you can, up, sorry. Go up, right, yeah, there, so that blue is the addition, we're just moving the kitchen into that area and the dining room off the end of the deck. So we took out the stairs to the deck, so we're just moving the stairs to the middle of the deck, which is that later is gonna be a pool down below, it's kind of a pie-shaped lot as you come up. When we're just remodeling the two bathrooms, one's at the back there and then one's on the right. And if you scroll down to the next sheet. This is the new accessory building, it's 28 by 18, and we're matching the roof overhang about 63 inches. It's softened, this has a 9-foot plate, the ADU has an 8-foot plate. And we did 9 feet, so we could do 8-foot doors. And they're the same Pella architectural series, doors and windows that are in the ADU, same stucco, same roof system, except this is gonna be a vinyl system rather than self-adhered torch down. Same with the house is a self-adhered, with like a white full roof, PVC roof. And if you scroll down to the next sheet, those are the elevations of the house. So you have the existing west. Oh, the proposed is on top, and then the existing is below, and you see the stairs of the deck being removed when the addition covers it. And then the two below.
Can you maybe use that pointer mark while you're talking and sort of point to where you're referring to?
So this is the new addition right here. You can see the stairs being removed and the deck remains behind the addition. So those 3 windows, they have a French table that they want to, dining room, so we designed it to that spec. Down here, this is the front of it. So you walk out onto the deck on the same doors that match the whole deck part of the house. This is the existing deck here. It's not skirted and we have to skirt it for high fire, so we're just gonna stuff there and the rest of the house. You scroll to the next sheet. Oh, this is the master bedroom. It's got the 70s glass block. It's like a 4x5, and we're just changing it out for a window. And that's the only change. The house is kind of hodgepodge in that, like, this is a 60s aluminum, but the front of the house has the colored door systems on it. And some of the other windows are aluminum. Some of them have like sills underneath them, but it was like 60s aluminums with sills. So the idea is that eventually they're all gonna get changed out for, the flush frame style architectural series. Metal clad wooden windows that are on the ADU, the new accessory, the new addition, and most of the house. If you look down, let's see, this is the back of the house with the door system off the deck, and this is the dining room, so we're gonna have a picture window right here, and then to the left of it is the operable window. This is what's there now, if the stairs get taken off. You go to the next. It's a flat roof, and I just mentioned it, doing PVC. Those are just skylight details. After that, I think it just goes. So you can see the photos, like go back up. So that's the front of the house with the fireplace, and you can see the seal on that fixed window system. And these doors here are metal clad. That you can use still these photos with something. Yeah, that's the aluminum master right there, and the glass blocks over here. You can keep scrolling through.
So the
So
site,
these-
go ahead.
These are the gates. They're stucco columns, and it's a metal gate with a polyvinyl insert that's white, so this is all painted white, everything's white. That's at the main house, and keeps scrolling down to the, these were built a few years ago, that's the ADU right there. That's the AD over here, and then the entrance to the house. That's the door system off the deck. The deck's gonna remain as you pay and it's skirted. So this is gonna get come off on the skirted deck. Because it's just softer and that's looking at what people are doing.
I think we get the picture.
Yeah,
Yeah. Anything regarding the site improvements, the pool, spa, hardscape, landscape?
proposing one.
Okay.
I
Looks
was
like
gonna have to change
relocation of existing pool. No.
No pool.
Okay.
They're gonna come in with one maybe next year, but I don't know where that came from. It wasn't on the original.
Okay.
So the information on the is incorrect then?
Everything except the pool. There is no pool and we're not proposing one.
The project also includes the real, so also includes what? A new spa, no?
No, no
Various
spa,
landscaping and that sentence does not.
no landscaping. It's a flat area where the addition is and it's flat, totally flat where the accessories behind the ADU.
Maybe you can get with your planner and just have him correct that.
Eliminate that.
Yeah, I just
Important,
noticed that.
Yeah. Okay. Questions from the board?
Yeah, the roof, you have a colors and materials board or is just matching existing or what's the story?
It's on the elevation sheet. They're matching the existing. The house is like a off-white. It's like a Navajo. And then the trim at the top is kind of a light yellow. And also the wood siding at the bottom is like a light yellow and we're matching that. And we'll just put 2 layers of gypboard underneath it for the high fire when we do the wood. And so everything's gonna match the existing. It's a raised foundation and has like a wood skirting. And then the roof is like a 2x8. And then it has like a shadow band. And we're matching that. And then it's just metal trim with the PVC on top.
So the PVC is existing, then it's a white roof? or-
It's a white roof. Right now, it's kind of a really light gray, self-adhered, torch down, cap sheet. And they're gonna change it to the vinyl, which is, it's time to replace it. So that's what's.
So that we would like a little bit of a darker color. I understand the heat gain and so forth, but this board usually approves darker colors.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
whatever
White,
color you want it.
white from above, not so good. We try to shy away
Okay.
from that. So something a little more earth tone. That's
Grayish, yeah, yeah.
Okay, absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Are the windows and doors staying the more pure white against the, are you proposing to keep that color scheme too with the windows staying white?
Yes. Yeah, but everything will match the existing. That's the color that they come in from Power.
Okay.
Could we go to the elevations for a minute?
So A6 and A7.
Yeah, there. The third one down where you have the big fixed window and then the opening window
Correct.
on the left side. Is that all in the same room?
Yes, that's the dining room. That's the new addition dining room facing south.
Because
And then recessed back about 12 feet is that little small window that's off of the stove wall.
yeah, it seems awkward, those 2 windows in the dining room. One's the big one pushed into the corner and then a very different kind of window very close to it. Any way you can kind of coordinate those better?
Yeah, if you look at A6 on the back of that, the reason was they have this existing ancient French table that fits in that space. So behind it.
Behind the opening window,
yeah,
are you
those
talking
two
about?
right there, that's behind the table. We're basically mimicking that. Those are fixed and the other one would be operable, so it's the same size. And it's just when you're sitting at the table, they're behind you. And then you look to the right, it's right there. And then the bigger is a picture window. More of a picture window down to the ground.
Yeah, it doesn't feel very balanced for a room like that. Those 3 are fine, the high ones, but it's the big fixed one and the opener next to it.
That slider there is problematic.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah,
Which elevation is that?
on page A7 is the,
I just can't read.
Third one.
That's A7, that's what, A6 is the other one.
So is it, what's the comment that I should put down for that?
To restudy the windows on that elevation in the dining room. I don't know if you could move the picture window to the center and do two side lights or something that's more elegant with,
If you go to
the
the
layout.
floor plan on a. Yeah, right there, you can see this is the table. This is the picture window. And then the other is right here, and then the two behind. And these kind of wrap around the table. On the picture too. I could study it. and
Yeah,
come up with
study.
some- yeah, absolutely.
yeah, maybe you make the opener mixed into the three on the other side. Keep it cleaner looking on the front.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Any other questions? Okay, public comment. If there's anyone from the public who would like to speak on this item, please step forward or raise your hand. See no one, back to the board for comments, which we've started in on. Anything else, Val?
No, I was just gonna comment on the cool roof too, that you can get cool roof candidates that are darker. They still meet the cool roof.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Pujo,
I agree with the comments made.
Mr. Verdiak,
Nothing else to add?
okay, Ms. Grubb,
Nothing bad.
okay, nor do I. So, it's really just the one comment then. This is here for conceptual, and it seems that it could return for prelim and final on consent. When you're ready.
Sure,
Just
appreciate it.
addressing that.
Bring a copy of the color for the roof.
Okay,
Yes.
And so you're not proposing any landscaping at all? Not coming back with anything? that we
no,
haven't
no,
seen?
unless you want us to or require it, it's up to you.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary in this case.
Yeah, it's pretty landscape.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to item number 5, Santa Claus Lane streetscape improvements. This is a request of Santa Barbara Public Works and the Community Services Department for final approval of proposed restroom facilities and landscaping plan as part of the Santa Claus Lane Beach Access and Streetscape Improvements Project. Includes streetscape improvements such as landscaping, bioremediation, drainage, retaining walls, sidewalks, bike lanes, multimodal circulation, and hardscaping for the entire length of Santa Claus Lane from Padaro to 101 on ramp. Also including a new railroad crossing, beach access ramp to Santa Claus Lane Beach, and a new restroom. In addition, the project is located in the first district. So we have the applicants here. Please state your name for the record.
Chris Doolittle, County Santa Barbara Public Works Department, Project Manager.
Hey, good morning. I'm Chris Ned and I'm with County Public Works Transportation.
Morgan Jones, Santa Barbara County Public Works Transportation, Environmental Engineering. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I'll read the
We
comments.
we
from-
also, excuse me, we also have Chris Dufour, who will be remotely accessing, presenting. He's our landscape architect for the project. So,
Yeah, I'm on the phone here.
Thank
so-
you. Thank you, Chris.
Great,
Yep.
so comments, SBAR comments from last time. A project is beautifully designed and thoughtful. Board appreciates the safety elements incorporated into the project. B, the board is concerned with the success and longevity of planting proposed in planters that are intended for bioinfiltration. Consider additional planters for canopy trees such as triangle planters between parking spaces. C, study ways to incorporate additional finger planters on north side of Santa Claus Lane and utilize trees in those planters to provide canopy shade over multi-use pathway. D, applicant to return with specific information responding to concerns of neighbors. And we also have a planner memo. And if I should need to read the whole thing, is there anything above that? No, okay, so I'll start it and we'll see what happens. So from the planner states, the project is a coastal access balancing project required by the California Coastal Commission as part of Caltrans 101 HOV project. Additionally, the project implements the Toro Canyon Plan Action and DEVSTD which call for the county to pursue streetscape improvements along Santa Claus Lane to address paved parking, continuous sidewalk and crosswalks, additional bikeways and facilities, landscape and infrastructure needs, and improve opportunities for ease of access to coastal resources. It was approved by the County Planning Commission on September 25th, 2019, and the vehicle turnaround phase of the project, the southeast, is currently under construction. Public Works submitted a letter dated May 8th that responds to each comment raised by the board at the March 31st hearing, especially near the vacant lot at 3735 Santa Claus Lane. During the last hearing, comments were raised regarding the extent of county road right of way adjacent, and I got lost, to this parcel. Yes, the county possesses at a minimum easement interest over this roadway and thus has a right to move forward with the proposed project design. This was determined based on extensive right-of-way research and resulted in the record of survey of a retracement of the county road right-of-way known as Santa Claus Lane. Project was approved by Planning Commission and included improvements in the county right-of-way. And the county Public Works has worked with the owners of the land to accommodate their potential development by providing driveways. And they'll continue to work with the property owners as the project moves forward. And so I will now turn it over to you guys for a presentation and show us what's changed since the last time. I think the idea is, we've seen this before, so just kind of give us the touch on the new things.
Yes, sir. We'll address each of the comments. Okay, so I put a presentation together and submitted it in the time that's required for this, and obviously things have continued to move forward, but we're going to go through this fairly quickly as much as possible. And really, we're here to, again, request final approval so that we can move this project into construction. This is a very large project, one of the most complex projects that I've been involved in with my 25 years here at the county. We're in a time frame in which we are completing adjacent projects next to this, the Santa Claus Lane Bike Path project, as well as the 101 HOV project and the undercrossing improvements at Padaro Lane. And this is the piece that connects those two projects. Those two projects are finishing up, and it's time for our project to move forward. We've taken the time to review your comments, try to address them as best as possible. But we are looking for final approval so we can move forward and advertise this project in fall of 2023 and start construction, which is the request of the public as well as our community and additional agencies. So I'll quickly go through these presentation slides. Obviously, this is just a rehash of the beauty of Santa Claus Lane and the items that we're looking to work with and preserve. This is just a depiction of the existing conditions that we are trying to address as part of this project. This project does work to provide lots of benefits to the public and is a concerted effort among multiple agencies with multiple jurisdictions. And what the project we are proposing is the project that has been negotiated with for over, 8 years that I've been working on it, but a lot longer than that. And this is the project that we have been able to come together that provides the most amount of improvement to the benefit of the most community members. And so we're looking to move forward. Thank you very much. Go to the next slide, please. So we'll just briefly go over the inputs that we have here, right? We are looking for increased safety for all roadway users. That is traffic calming elements in the design, bulb outs, landscaping.
I think this is the stuff we can move through because we already understand.
Right. And I will move right through the slide. And that's just an overview again of the entirety of the project to move forward. Go on to your next slide, please. Next. Okay, so again, this is the project we're proposing. This is the rendering that has been shown. One of the comments that we'll address later, I think is talking about the potential for heat on the multi-use path. There are a couple different ways that we can continue to address this. But I do want to make a point that this is not a uniform length of this wall, right? This wall as shown here, you know, I want to make sure that this is not a monolithic wall for the entire half mile of the project. That wall varies from 2 foot, 4 foot to 6 foot. We only use it at 6 foot height where we're required to support Caltrans facilities. Otherwise, it flexes down quite a bit. So there won't be as much of the heat reflectivity as a wall as if it was on the entire length of the project. It's only a portion of the project as necessary. We do have some other abilities that we can use to try to eliminate the heat. There, we are considering use of maybe some colored pavement on this, maybe a palomino shade, which is similar to what we're doing on several projects in the nearby area to reduce that heat flow on the path. But we appreciate the comments. We do believe in this project. We've worked very hard, and we're appreciative of your appreciation. Next slide, please. So the comments we did receive were regarding the longevity of the plantings within these bioinfiltration areas. The bioinfiltration areas are a requirement in order to meet project clean water conditions. We're having to do a treatment of all stormwater runoff on the project. We looked at a variety of different applications that could be utilized. It was determined that bioinfiltration units were the most cost-effective and most durable and maintenance-free ability to treat that and allow the water to mostly be treated in the first flush conditions before it enters into the adjacent natural environments, which are wetlands and obviously the Pacific Ocean. Some of the trees that we received comments on before were the Monterey cypress trees. Those have been removed from the bioinfiltration areas. At the suggestion in the discussions that we heard previously was the discussion of use of the New Zealand Christmas trees. So that is the tree that we have shown to be a replacement tree for these Monterey cypress within the biofiltration areas. We also did revise the plans to elevate the base of those trees above the low level of the infiltration. So there'll be a mounding up for those particular trees at the base of the root of the tree is above or at near curb level. So it should be able to receive the water fast enough so that it won't input onto those. So we'll go through now some of the revised plans for the bioinfiltration areas. Go to the next slide, please. So up on the top there, you will see that Monterey cypress has been replaced primarily with the New Zealand Christmas tree. We do still have Monterey cypress on the area in the project, but they're in areas that aren't bioinfiltration areas. They're just landscape planner areas or where they were requested at the as a consultation with the adjacent landowners that specifically wanted those trees in those areas. So now we can go quickly through the remainder of the trees. Plan sheets. So here again is the beginning of the area near Padaro Lane, where we have replaced those trees in those primary areas. This is basically where a lot of the water from this, this area of this section are dumping back into the natural drainage features that continue along Padaro Lane. I think you're going to see as we go through the remainder of these presentation slides is that's consistent throughout the majority. So we can just quickly kind of scroll through. You'll see that those have been replaced primarily through all of these bioinfiltration and these medium planters.
So these are all bioinfiltration planters.
Yeah. Every single one of those is acting as a bioinfiltration area. And the way that they function is water comes in through the gutter, enters into there. Once it fills, it leaves the gutter or leaves these bioinfiltration areas and continues on to the next parking. We're calling these parking medians, but they will continue onto those, and it just keeps going down sequence until it gets into a storm drain facility that would then exit off of the property.
Also, I'm going to stop you just briefly. I should have said this at the beginning, but if there's anyone here for items after this one, item 7 through 11, we will be doing that after lunch. So you don't have to stick around. We'll start back up probably around 1:30, 1:15 or 1:30. Okay, Chris.
Okay, so we can continue on through here. Just a minute. I'll just keep going. Go to the next slide, please. This is the proposed bathroom facility in the crossing. Those remain as palm trees because those should have a higher ability to thrive in those biofiltration planters. Continue on. More of the same. Continue on. This, we have a retention basin that we're putting in here to collect some of the storm drain systems. One thing to note is a lot of these storm drain systems are connected, further into the Caltrans system, accept water from those. And then on into the community of, across the street in Summerlin and adjacent areas along Via Real. So we have a lot of water that flows through this site. A lot of these systems we're trying to, maintain the balance here. Keep going, please. Continuation. Keep going. Let's go down to the slide. Let's go ahead to slide 20. Okay, so this is where we made those modifications to the planter areas, the biofiltration areas. And so you'll see the mounding that we're looking to elevate those in up above the rest of the base and flow lines of those biofiltration areas. We have done some additional improvements there. We're trying to put in some HDPE pipe around the base of those trees and some of those planters, and so that they can try to get their roots to grow down deep. And
this.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have a
Zooming in there. Upper right.
yeah. So in general, we'll be trying to mound up those trees above the remainder of those biofiltration basins. But in some of these these little planting medians, like in between parking spaces, they're pretty narrow, but we're putting in these HDPE pipes to allow for some more stability of that product versus the adjacent biosoil media, and to get their roots to grow deep to establish so that they will have more sustained ability against wind loading and the like.
Chris, real quick to add, the depth of that pipe is essentially the same depth as what would be for like a tree root barrier. So it would be a similar effect on those. The goal is to mound up the root ball such that it keeps it out of the water, and so it can maintain an oxygenation in the root ball and not rot it out.
And so this is top of curb, right?
Yes.
And shouldn't these be up there also? Or I'd be concerned about water getting in.
We're okay with water getting in, but I think water's going to flow in here, right? We're trying to get the differentiation between the planting media to be not infiltrating into the surrounding. There's more of a different. Kristen, you can continue on.
Okay, yeah, we can continue.
Okay, we can probably go to the next slide. Okay, so the comment we received was study ways to incorporate additional finger planters on the north side of Santa Claus Lane and utilize trees in those planters to provide canopy shade. We have reviewed these recommendations for additional planting areas and shade trees along north side Santa Claus Lane adjacent to the multi-use path. Big part of this project is to increase the amount of formalized parking. There is a lack of parking along Santa Claus Lane. It's a big priority of the project. It's a big priority of the Coastal Commission, as well as of the business owners and beachgoers. So as part of this project, we have really tried to increase that as much as possible and formalize. And that's why we have these angled parking spaces, which require a lot more right of way in order to construct and install. The existing parking spaces we have out there, both a mix of some formalized parking within the business side of the business district, right in front of their businesses. The rest of it is all informal, and it's all parallel parking. There was a capacity for an estimated of 254 vehicles in the existing condition. In the proposed condition, we're getting capacity for 334 vehicles. And that has been reduced through the negotiations with all of the adjacent agencies, particularly in Caltrans. When we negotiated for acquisition of right-of-way with them, we had to reduce our impact to them for the maintenance of their yards, as well as for their construction of Highway 1 facilities. So we did lose about 26 or 27 parking spaces when we had to go down to a parallel parking mesh. So the end product, as the result of all our negotiations and all the bioinfiltration findings, bulb outs, the crosswalks, everything, is we're getting 334 vehicle parking. So that's only an increase of 80 vehicles. 40 of them are about within the business district, and 40 of them are generally within the area of the postal access. Each additional finger planter that we would install would essentially remove one parking stall. We are not, it's not recommended by our traffic engineer to put in any sort of compact parking spaces because inherently somebody else with a larger vehicle will park in there and it'll obstruct the travel lane due to the type of parking we're putting in is angle parking. So it's not recommended that we do that. We did look at this intently. We did look at trying to figure out how can we put it in, but we are really restricted on our right of way. And we are between Union Pacific Railroad and Caltrans, and neither of them wants to give a lot of land. We did work out quite a good negotiation with Caltrans in order to get enough to build this project. Our multi-use path is 12.5 feet wide. That requires 2 to 2.5 feet of vehicle overhang. We were precluded from putting streetlights on there because of that. We have a lot of restrictions on what we can do. We have tried to maximize this project as great as possible to provide the most amount of benefit and with all the different user groups in mind. And this is what we've come up with as our project. We are very restricted on this project. We're trying to slam a lot of different things for a lot of different users into this project. We have obtained an agreement to obtain approximately 4.2 acres from Caltrans as part of this project, but they're not willing to give any more. This is what has been negotiated and what we're allowed to do. So we're really just limited. We have done our best job to provide as much as we can here, but we can't foresee taking out additional parking. Another aspect of that is that this is in a coastal commission coastal view corridor. We are limited in our ability to put trees that will block views of the coast. We've had our retaining walls are only a max of 6 foot high because that's the maximum we can. We had to go through studies to detail that we were not going to be obstructing any coastal views. The business community out there is in support of the project that we have on hand right now. They also do not want other trees that might obstruct views of the coast as well as of their businesses. So I think we've come to an agreement with all the different user groups that we have on the best project we can put forward at this time. And we ask you to move forward with approving this project so we can enter into construction.
All right, great. Thank you. Questions from the board? Mr. Verdiak.
Well, you mentioned that the vertical retaining wall, which occurs on the north side, would have a palomino color.
No, I was specifically talking about the sidewalk panels that would be installed. The walls themselves, where they're 2 foot high, are just going to be a straight up concrete wall, reinforced concrete. The ones that are 4 to 6 foot high have an architectural treatment. It's the fractured fin that's being used by Caltrans in the adjacent corridors, especially the Padaro Lane undercrossing. So what we're doing is matching the architectural treatments that have already been approved for use in this area and continuing that so that there's a seamless architectural treatment throughout the project.
Well, my concern was that if the sidewalk and vertical wall were the same color, it would seem very hot. So, I mean, if the vertical treatment, as you're talking about, were a different color, different texture, I think it would make a big difference.
Yes, and I agree with you, and that is what we're currently proposing.
Okay, great. Thank you.
The walls will have the architectural treatment, the fractured fin, the sidewalk panels. What we're proposing is that maybe we use a palomino style pigment concrete color and provide some differentiation.
And the color of the fractured fin would match the Caltrans treatment also.
It'll match the treatments that they're doing now, which I think are stained. I think they're just, and I've seen them I've seen them in their current, I haven't seen them in their final, but they're in construction, they're already up. And I think that's what's being continued.
Mr. Peugeot, questions?
I was just kind of wondering, it's a question comment. Is there a way to put more trees into the same planters? You know, the finger planters, I mean, I noticed they put one tree in the middle, which is done, but sometimes I've seen in other places they put one tree towards the back of the parking space and one towards the center, especially where there are palm trees. It seems like it's a nice planter, a big, kind of empty. Have you looked into that?
Chris, I can answer. As it is, the trees, planters have quite a few utilities going in many places. So we're tight in the sense that between the constraints of having to put in those pipes for the biotreatments and then having to dodge the utilities, it's tight.
Is that like every planter? I mean, if you can show the plan, I mean, like, just seems there are so many planters, maybe not all of them are impacted like that.
Must be a lot.
Jonathan, can you get a picture of the plan?
Maybe like slide 11 might show those planters.
Also, Alex, the singles tree would do better long-term. One tree, because the root system, you know, there wouldn't be as much competition. Two trees.
How about even palm trees? They don't have
Palm
trees that
trees,
evolve.
probably not, yeah. But,
Maybe the palm trees, maybe like, I've seen them in parking lots all the time. It's a comment now, I guess. You know, a 15, 20-foot planter with one palm tree in the middle, it does seem like empty.
Yeah, I agree for that. Okay, any other questions? Ms. Grubb?
Is there any opportunity to incorporate, even if they weren't tree planters, but even just at-grade planters along the sidewalk? I'm not talking about in front of the businesses, but along the beach access area. Is there a reason it has to be a uniform with the whole way? Is it like 10 feet right now?
Is what uniform?
The concrete walkway, not by the restrooms, but beyond it on both sides.
No, it's not uniform. In fact, we're stretching it out to the right-of-way line. Actually, we're six inches shy of the Union Pacific Railroad line, and the entirety of those retaining walls are on our right-of-way, because that's the way we have to do business with the EPRR. So with it varies, and I can bring that up for you. It varies from 4 foot 10 inches up to 12 foot 9 inches in business areas where we're trying to match grade with their businesses. I'd say the majority of the it's about 8.5 feet, but in the beach section, it's a little bit lower than that. It's probably between 5.5 to 7 feet for the majority, but it does flex out. It does have quite a variability throughout.
Okay, is there a layout plan that shows the materials for that sidewalk? Or I see material callouts on the landscape plans for just around the restrooms, but I need some.
Which I think those were submitted at our last hearing on March 31st. We showed the layouts. No, because we haven't really changed the layouts since then.
This is Chris Schmuckel, the planner. I think that that sheet should be in the box folder as well. Maybe Jonathan could pull it up.
Okay, and then this question would be to Chris, the paving pattern shown on sheet 4, the landscape set, is the crosshatch pattern, those are the score lines like cutting through varying textures of the Palomino colored concrete around the restrooms?
Bring it up. So
It's
it's,
Uh.
12 of the presentation.
Oh, like on speed.
Was there a question about the score joints?
Is that what those are, the diamond pattern cutting through?
Yes. Yeah, we were anticipating score joints through, but the coloring and the exposed aggregate patterning would be through the wave.
All right, and then other than cost, what were the reasons that the bioinfiltration had to be in the planters? There's so little planting incorporated, which I respect how much parking is a necessity. I'm concerned that the few spaces that we do have for planting are compromised by also being the bioinfiltration. So can you explain, besides cost, why we find another solution for it?
Sure, I can address that. We're right next to the beach. And the groundwater table is fairly high in places through there. So in our explorations and in utility relocations that have been going on, that groundwater level fluctuates between 4 and 8 foot below our existing ground. So we did look at storm cells as a potential use for them, but it didn't seem to be viable because they would be underwater. We have looked at concrete or permeable pavers. We did look at that once for potentially for parking areas. But again, there's a lot of water that, could be getting really close to our roadway, and maintenance concerns for those in this area were kind of a detriment. In talks with Project Clean Water, and at the time, this was like the new thing that people were considering, right, was bioinfiltration areas. And so that was something that we worked on initially very early in the project to address the bioinfiltration area. And we do have a requirement both surface and volumetrically that we are trying to meet as best as possible in this linear project, but we are confined. So those seem to be the best available. And it does allow for the additional traffic calling elements of the project to be utilized. We're trying to squeeze a lot into a small space, and that's why you're seeing the combination of a lot of things happening at once: landscaping, bioinfiltration. Some of these planting areas, we have our streetlights in there and modified pedestals that are at the curb elevation, because we're just really limited on space. So we're trying to make everything work together, but it has to serve multiple functions.
okay. I just had a few questions. Are there any trees being removed as part of this project, especially down towards where the businesses are on the freeway side? There's some really nice, large Monterey cypress.
Business side,
Or any trees being removed for the.
there
project?
are trees being removed as part of this project,
Okay,
but they're non-native species. They've already been approved to be removed.
do you have anything that shows which trees and where?
Trees within the business district specifically, there are several palm trees that have been planted in the county right away by the adjacent business owners. There's a Monterey cypress tree in front of Mr. Paul Franz properties that will be also removed in order to construct the sidewalk, but we're replanting the Monterey cypress in a landscape area behind the sidewalk at this request. There's not a lot of vegetation and trees that'll be removed along the north side, but there's a lot of ice plant. There are some trees, there's some palm trees and like that will be removed.
Okay. Thank you. And then, so I guess my question is regarding the planters. So there were no planters added, no finger planters since the last presentation, is that right?
No additional finger planters are shown. Some of them did have to move around because like I said, everything needs to act as multiple functions here. So some were moved in order to align with the streetlight locations to try to minimize the design impacts of that. And so that was one thing that did slightly move, but the majority of the project is as previously represented.
Okay. Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, so we'll move on to public comment. I have 4 speaker slips here.
And do you want me to address at all in any way, shape or form your last comment that we received?
Regarding the concern with the neighbors.
Yes.
Yes, we'd like to know what's happening there.
So first off, I want to say that this project has been approved by planning development for the extents of which we are operating under. 2, right-of-way determinations are not the purview of the Santa Barbara South Board of Architectural Review. This project is potentially a subject of litigation, and I don't think it's the purview of this board to further discuss this item. That being said, we're very confident that we have an interest in the areas shown, and we are meeting and working to find adequate solutions. We've had multiple meetings with the agent for the adjacent landowner who brought those questions, and we will continue to work with them towards solutions that are beneficial to both our project as well as their proposed or potential project. Their project has not had a planner consultation or any movement on that, but we will continue to work with them through the remainder of our project, through construction. And when their project becomes back here before your Board of Architectural Review.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to public comment, starting with Marie LaSala. Is Marie here? Okay, well, I have a speaker slip for her. Stating major issues, inaccurate existing plans should be corrected. SBAR agenda should. Right, thank you. Valerie Froscher. 3 minutes.
We did have Dr. Kent submitted a letter on behalf of all of the business owners.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that is there or if Mr. Kent will be given an opportunity to speak if he is present.
Okay, yeah, it was in the folder. I read that.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Froscher, 3 minutes when you're ready.
Is this on?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'll try to keep this short. We just wanted to go on the record saying that we have been working closely together with Public Works about the long-standing issues regarding right-of-way, and the fact that the fee property line owned by the private property owners and the right-of-way line are not in the same location. And there is further confusion regarding that triangular piece in the upper right corner. So in the interest of trying to satisfy both parties, we're trying to figure out the best way to deal with the sidewalk and to have it be a uniform width along the frontage of this project. And it's our belief that a slightly narrower sidewalk and more landscape area is really beneficial to the way this feels, particularly for these 2 properties at the end of the business district that are more open, that have more landscape already than the main part of the business district. So we'd like to have that continue with sidewalks that are on the narrower side. And so we've been talking about, there's a pinch point now on the right of way down to 4'10", possibly up to 6 feet, which would require the owners to actually grant more of their property to the right of way, and in return would like to have as a kind of a requirement of doing that, have setbacks for their project be taken from their fee property line, which is, you can see it's the upper line that the sidewalk's completely over it. So for both of these properties, if the sidewalk was 6 foot and if we're belled out to these big driveways, it maintained a 6 foot and allowed those triangular planter pockets to have more usability, I think it would enhance the project. So that's, I just wanted to go on record saying that we're working that out. It's being worked between county council and the attorney for the owners. And that's the update.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, Susan Anderson.
Morning, I'm Susan Anderson. I'm one of the owners at 3735 Santa Claus Lane. Want to reiterate what Valerie had just talked about. It's still our goal to reach an agreement with the county so that they can move forward with their site improvements and we can move forward with our proposed development plans. Pleased to say in the last month or so, our attorney Rob Eganoff, along with County Council Mike Munoz, Valerie and Chris Doolittle have been discussing the issues and we're making some progress towards a resolution. First, we've asked the county to decrease the sidewalk at least 6 feet along our property line. If the sidewalk is reduced in size, it's going to help a lot with how it comes in contact with those buildings, those 2 buildings on the northern side. It's my understanding that Mr. Doolittle is considering the request at this point. And second, we're asking that the planning department use the fee title property line to measure the setbacks, not the right-of-way property line. And in exchange for these requests, we've agreed to convey certain rights to the county so they can install the sidewalks on our property. These agreements have not yet been finalized, but it's our understanding that a request can be implemented at a later date, even if the county gets final approval today. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Michael McComb.
Yeah, hello, I'm Michael McCollum and I'm one of the owners of 3735. And we appreciate Chris Doolittle working with us on this. And this is a very important project to us. This is a property that my grandparents bought in the 1950s, Ralph and Spire McCollum. And there are now 6 of us who own it, grandkids, and it's just it's something that, getting this right is very important to us. And I think what we're working with, we have a right to, and we don't think it negatively impacts the street school. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Please, Mr. Kent, I saw your hand go up there a bit ago, but it's no. Oh, yeah. Did you want to speak on this? You are.
Yes. Okay. First of all, I'm not talking about this particular issue or aspect of what you're addressing today, but I did want to just comment. And the other thing is my internet went down for a while, so maybe this has all been resolved. But just to put in the comment that it's very important for the retail owners and the people, businesses in that section of Santa Claus Lane to have as much parking as possible. And it's something that is very valuable to us. And so in any decisions you make, please be aware of the impact in terms of the businesses, because we have struggled due to a number of factors, all out of our control. And we need to make sure that we make it possible and as favorable as possible for the business owners and customers to really, and beachgoers to really come to the area and have parking and enjoy the many nice resources and opportunities there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else, we can now bring it back to the board for comments. Who wants to go first? Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, no, I think we've seen this before, the process several times. I think we like all of the elements proposed. I think that in my book, the pending thing is the idea of landscaping. It seems like the county has a proposal how to make those trees survived. And the question whether some more trees can be added. And I need the support of the landscape architects on the board that know more about this, whether additional palm trees, when in the cases where the finger planters, and there are not that many of those, but when the finger planters have one single palm tree in the middle, maybe not in all of them, but in most of them, maybe two palm trees could be added, could be on a single existing planter that acts as a biofiltration area. So I think that's the only issue to me that seems to be missing. Maybe it can be accommodated. I would like the opinion of the landscape architects on the board.
Mr. Verdiak.
I think it's an exciting project, and the question is, could we make a motion to grant final approval with the condition that the sidewalk issues are yet to be resolved?
I don't think we can partially approve a project, unfortunately. But Alex Tuttle, if you have any input.
I mean, I think you can, you have an application before you. And so any action would have to be on the project before you, but it sounds like you've heard from both parties that they're going to continue to work towards a solution. So you can express, a comment about that if you'd like. And if the project does change in some minor way, like the sidewalk reduces or, what have you, it's probably a fairly subtle change that I don't think would need to come back to your board for approval.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question? Yeah, any additional comments? Ms. Grubb?
Yeah, maybe. So I don't necessarily have any comments in front of the store frontages. I'm just mostly concerned about how reflective all the additional concrete's and paving is gonna be in the beach access area with such limited planting space. And I think if we're constrained by the amount of planting given, I think just if the landscape architect could take one more look at really considering some more durable ground cover plantings. Many of the plantings selected are great natives, but will disappear with any amount of foot traffic. And so I just want to make sure we're going to have some durable landscape areas, given the biofiltration factor and the amount of foot traffic that might be coming through there. I also, and so I'm not really saying. I think this my comments.
Condition of approval.
The paving pattern right at the restrooms, I feel like is going to be really important to be detailed well, because it's kind of the focal point of that whole section of the project. And so I just think just getting a little bit more detailed with score lines and paving patterns in there. But not.
Okay. Very good. Can you help him out with getting to the rendered plans? I don't remember which slide it was, but there you had one overall and then you had two sections.
Yeah, I'd say go to slide 7 if you want to look at the rendering that kind of shows the bathroom area and the walls and the landscaping. Slide 7 of the presentation. Is that what you're looking for?
No, it's a plan. There's a rendered plan. Maybe just go up.
Oh yeah, the sheets above that
Yeah.
show the totality of the project.
Right.
So slide 4,
4,
5, 6.
Yeah, let's go 5.
Oh, so with I liked your recommendation to make the multi-use path Palomino color as well. I think that would be a good improvement with the concrete thin wall behind it.
Right. So that is not currently reflected on these plans though, right? And so the plan was to add that, so we should,
That's all.
right?
Was that a Palomino? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what they're calling out for around the restrooms in different textures, correct? And so adding that color to the.
The northern,
reduce the reflectance.
so the board would like to see the same colored concrete on the northern path, right? The
Even on
multi-use
the
path.
Sidewalks to. I realize DG is probably not, or sand is not an option for the walkways, so but mimicking that color. would be Sidewalks.
Yeah, I think that really would help. And that was one of my comments is that there's so much concrete here. We all drove this, because we had a site visit on Padero today. And so we all drove up and down and I appreciate all the new parking that's going to take place. It just seemed like a lot of concrete. So anything you can do to soften that, the basic gray with some color, I think would go a long way to helping alleviate that heavy concrete. And then my comments, specifically going back to what Ms. Grubb mentioned about the longevity of the plant material. Some of the few plants that stood out were the heuchera, the Doug Iris, and the verbena. Those might last a year, and if they get stepped on, they won't last. So I think take another look at the plant palette overall for longevity, and I think if we give the approval today, it would be with the condition that it comes back to one of the landscape architects to review after to verify the changes to the plant material. Let's see what else. I think there was a little misunderstanding with the New Zealand Christmas tree. The concern was that and I really appreciate the solution made, because if it was just a simple bio-infiltration, none of those trees would work, including the New Zealand. But I think it's a creative and clever solution to use the pipe basically to separate that from the other infiltration medium. So I think that could be successful as well. And I think the New Zealand is probably the best bet of those three, the cypress and the arbutus. So I appreciate that maneuver. Beyond that, it would be nice to reduce some of the bio-infiltration areas with permeable paving. I know there's cost associated with that. And so I guess that would just be a recommendation, maybe.
What was that comment, Chris? Resubstitute?
Offset the need for bio-infiltration with the use of permeable pavers or permeable concrete or whatever it is within the parking areas. Are those parking areas asphalt currently? The roadway is asphalt and the parking areas are?
Yes, the roadway and parking areas will all be asphalt. And then conveying that obviously into our storm drain systems and the bio-infiltration areas and off into the natural environment.
Yeah, so I think that especially around, on either side of the restroom facilities and the crossing, to have a nicer material in through here, maybe these two bays here and some over here, it just sort of, I think it would be a much nicer experience and also assist with reduction in bio-infiltration. I don't know how to, make that do we want to make that a condition of approval or not? Look to the other members on that. But I think it would be a big improvement. And I do think, first I'm hearing that it's all asphalt. I think driving through there when there are no cars at night, it's going to feel like a big parking lot, which I guess it is. But I think a little bit of permeable pavers or permeable concrete would go a long way, both aesthetically and in reduction of bio-infiltration, which may afford you more opportunity for shade trees. I'm speaking specifically about this section. I don't want to eliminate additional parking where the businesses are. That was clear. But we're looking for vegetative mass, and even the New Zealand Christmas trees. What size are those going in? I don't remember. 24s. Chris Dufour, offhand, you know what sizing you're calling out for the trees?
I believe they're 24s.
Yeah, so those are going to be dinky and they're very slow. And I think those should be 36s, honestly, if they'll fit.
If I may, those biofiltration planter areas, the finger planters, as you call them, are pretty limited in size. So 36-inch planting might not be possible there.
The pipes were 36 and 42. Which one are they? Does it vary?
It's 36-inch wide by 42-inch depth.
Oh, okay.
They're
Got it.
they're pretty.
So
We're
these-
trying to accommodate the mounting of it and still allow the biofiltration area to flow around to allow that to dissipate in the remainder of the biofiltration area.
Right.
Well, we think that we found the optimal size that we can realistically put in the ground that will be effective.
Okay. Otherwise, you're really squeezing it.
Yeah. I did want to make one comment about the parking. Like you said, it's more important in the business area. It's equally important in the coastal access area because it's all one thing. If people can park and go to the beach and park in the coastal access area, they're not going and parking in the business area. And that's highly important to all the businesses down there. They've made that point.
Yeah.
Repeatedly over.
And I think we're not talking about any elimination of additional parking. I think we're trying to get more vegetative, biomass, maximize the canopy for shade and also just for alleviation of, so much paving and concrete. So, and then I guess what I was hinting at was the permeable paver option in specific high impact areas. So beyond that, I don't think I had any additional comments, but Alex does.
I was just wondering, what do you guys think about the dual palm trees? Instead of just having one, it just seems each time I see a palm tree in the middle of the finger planter, a finger planter is just what a waste of a plant.
Well, I did notice, I think, and Mr. Dufour, correct me if I'm wrong, there are a lot of triple trunk trees called out, palm trees. Is that what's happening in those finger planters? I think the king palms were triples. Chris, can you explain where those trees are?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I'm going through a bad spot.
Yeah, so we're trying to address Alex's comment about multiple palm trees within a single finger planter. And I know that on your plant list, you had a lot of triple trunk king palms. Can you tell us where those are located?
So he may be unable to
Sounded like-
respond. It sounded like too bad. But it's hard for me to differentiate between the two palm symbols on the plans there. I know that some of those were in the business area, some of those multi-trunk palms, but I think they're kind of smattered throughout, but
Okay,
if
well, I do think
we can take your comment and try and just take that as part of the, hopefully the approval of this project that we can try to. bring
If
those
the
back.
goal is to get multi-trunk trees, I mean, we can do so. I was a little nervous about trucks going down the corridor and pruning them themselves with the trucks. So where we can, I'm game for doing multi-trunk, if that was the question.
Well, you're showing a lot of multi-trunk trees in your plan, and we're wondering where are they, and what do you have in the finger planters or palms? Are those multis, or are those in different?
The multis are in areas where it's further away from the traffic, it's my recollection.
Okay, and I don't think the goal is to use multis. I think the goal is to use multiple.
Okay.
Within each planter, if appropriate and if possible.
Yeah.
Leave that as is, stays like that. If possible, if appropriate and possible, and not in conflict with your drainage condition, there must be some places that it could work, right? It seems like a reasonable request.
Yeah, the idea is to maximize vegetation throughout the project. And then that may be one way to do it. Anything else? Also with regards to the conflict, I think we're all, again, it's not really our purview, so we're looking at what we're looking at, and that will be resolved, it sounds like, between the two parties. So Alex Tuttle, would you, we should probably go through these comments with you. Yeah, and then we'll.
Yeah, sure. Here's what I got. Study ground cover plantings to ensure they're durable and can hold up to foot traffic.
Not just ground covers, I would say study all understory plantings. Proposed understory plantings to ensure their, you know, longevity.
Paving pattern at restroom needs to be well detailed. Board supports Palomino color for multi-use pathway similar to restroom area to help soften extent of concrete. Study opportunities to offset need for.
Sorry, and access sidewalks.
Multi-use pathway and access sidewalks.
Yes.
Okay. Study opportunities to offset need for biofiltration, infiltration with use of permeable pavers or concrete where possible, and study opportunities for multiple trees and planters where possible to maximize vegetation throughout project.
Okay. That cover it? And I think, the one comment about consider using the paving, I would just say, use the paving.
For which?
I think it was the second one when you said consider the use of colored paving. I think the comment.
Oh, I said board supports Palomino color. You want to be more strong with that?
Yeah, I think the utilize the colored paving. It was kind of sidewalks. Yeah. Okay, anything missed? Okay, someone want to make a motion?
I think the comment of the additional planters should be two different comments, right? Like when you talk about planters, or the additional planting, one is to put more vegetation on the same planters, right? And the other one is to use if there is a gain in irrigation through permeable paper to put another planter, is that the question? No.
No.
It's not how our- If there's any way to offset some of the. Some of the type of not.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess that's two different comments.
Mhm. Yeah, it's not eliminating any more parking or adding planters.
Right,
It's
yeah.
just the. Okay, and then I think that it would be then to, in order to have these comments to see it through to the end, it would be to bring the revised planting and paving back. We can't really do it, review after final, so it'd just be to be approved by a landscape architect from the board as a condition of approval.
Could be shown on consent, or this not, it will not be a consent item because
I don't think we can do that, Alex, is that right?
Well, not if you're taking, if you're granting approval today, there'd be no formal further review by the board, so.
Informal review. So as a condition of approval to, after the fact, have it reviewed by landscape architect and board. So entertain a motion
Okay, I'll make that motion then.
for final approval,
Yes, just let me state it, yes. Preliminary and final.
just final, I think. Any further discussion? For a second? Okay, second by John. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, board. We really appreciate it.
And now we'll break for lunch. It is 12:23, so we'll return at 1:30 to hear items 7 through 11. Thank you.
And just as a reminder, we are having items number 6 and number 10 continue to a future hearing.
Are we live? Okay, we will reconvene the S-Bar meeting of May 19th. Beginning with item number 7, the Reagan Family Trust Edition, request of Chris Cottrell, agent or architect for Zed and Peggy Reagan, for further conceptual review of a new detached garage of 739 square feet, conversion of existing attached garage to habitable space, and validation of a 300 square foot as-built workshop located at 710 La Buena Tierra. Last heard January 20th of this year. And we have an applicant here. Please state your names for the record.
Hey, Chris, before we dive into that, just to make you aware, there's a planner memo that I think
Yep.
was just bringing your attention to a couple changes to the project description.
Yes, I was going to get to that as well.
Okay.
Yep, Chris Cottrell, architect.
Hello, Peggy Reagan, owner.
Okay, welcome. And yes, so we have some comments from last time and a planner memo. I'll read our comments first. A, boards encourages the applicant to reach out to neighbors and work to address concerns. B, provide site plan with all existing versus proposed hardscape and landscape. C, provide exterior elevations of main residence. D, show adjacent development on site plan. E, provide properly dimensioned floor plans for new structures. F, show vehicle turning movement for garage. Look to reduce extent of paving. And then our planner memo. I think we have to go up, Jonathan. Yeah. So planner comments, the project has been redesigned since it was first reviewed. The as-built shed is now proposed to be located out of the rear setback and converted to a cabana. A new 169 square foot addition to the single family dwelling is now proposed. So I'll turn it over to the applicants for your brief presentation and showing us what you've done to for changes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We go to page 4. That one just. Thank you. Okay, so the existing house is the vertical structure there, north-south. And in this round, we are adding a small addition on the north side there. Is there a way to? Oh, thank you. Excellent. Fantastic. Let's see. Come on, everyone. There we go. Okay, great. Thank you so much. So we've got a little 169 square foot dining room addition on the north side of the house. This is where the shed was. We're gonna pick it up and set it right over here and add a little covered porch to it. And that's gonna become a cabana for the sport court, which is that big rectangle right there. And this is the 2-car garage. So this was the existing garage. We're gonna convert that. After the last meeting, the Reagans met with the owner or the neighbors who were concerned with some of the projects and listened to their concerns. So we reconfigured things, and that means moving that shed, dropping the height of that garage, eliminating the gables in that garage. There's the big moves to accommodate. The pool equipment was of concern. That is now going to stay where it is. And the Reagans are repairing the fence between the neighbor and extending the existing hedge. If we could go to page 3, just back, there's a couple photos I just wanted to share with you guys. On the upper left photo. One more row up. Thank you. Okay, so this is the north side of the house. This is the main road there. This is just La Buena Tierra is a private road. This is the Reagan sort of north driveway. This property used to have a driveway that went all the way through. So what you're seeing is like bits of this was the lead in on the north, and then it carried around the front of the house, and then carried out the south side. They've already removed about 1,500 square feet of paving there and turn that into a little garden area. What we're proposing is to reduce that paving even more right there. If you could scroll down one row, go over one photo to the right. This is that driveway coming in from the north side. And this is the sport court there. This is that little location we're gonna add that, or move the shed and convert it to a cabana. It is 329 square feet. It's a small little shed. Okay, one more photo to look at. Next row down, all the way to the right. Thank you so much. Okay, this is the existing living room on the north side of the house. I'm just adding that dining room addition right there. Thank you so much. If we go to page 5. It's the existing plan. I just wanted you to see where we're adding that. So the grid lines are where we're gonna add the little dining room addition. Next page. Dining room addition there, that is 169 square feet, 15 feet wide by 10'9" towards the north. And then we can see converting the existing. Okay, next page. It's the roof plan. I'm just gonna gable that addition in to the existing setback. Next page. Garage plans. So like I said, we eliminated the dormers here and reduce the size of the garage. The garage is going to be clad to match the cabana in board and batten kind of agrarian rural style there. We got the gooseneck lights. Next page. Okay, this is the existing shed. Oops. Existing shed that we're gonna pick up and infill that little chunk that's missing. Like I said, it's a 12'8" wide, 25 feet north south, it's 320 square feet. And the last page is the elevations, sort of across the whole site, so you get an idea of how these buildings interact with each other. Maybe we could zoom into the second row there. Existing house on the left. We're going to change the cladding on the primary suite area from stucco to a board and batten to tie in the garage and the cabana. So on the main house, the two ends will have a gable addition that's or gable finish that would have a board and batten, and then it's stucco in between. And you can just look down at the next row to maybe zoom out a little bit. The bottom row shows a whole site section, so you can see how everything kind of drops down. What you don't see is all the trees in this. There's a very large avocado tree, kind of in between where the cabana is and the garage. If you don't mind pulling up those photos of the sport court area, and then I'll wrap it up. I think they're in a separate file. The sport court has a basketball hoop on one end, and we're basically snuggling that cabana right up to the basketball hoop. There's an existing light on that basketball hoop that lights up the hoop area. Okay, and this is it at night, looking from the property to the south. And you could just scroll through these other and see the idea of the just taking sweet time. Yeah, so. Okay, this is a good view. Yeah, so you can see where the cabana would go right there. There's existing house and garage would go right there. Maybe it's easiest to end this back on the main site plan for questions. Page 4. Thank you.
Is this view from the neighbor's house? Okay, bring it back to the board for questions. Yeah. Everyone, what's the deal with the lights for the sports court? I know that was brought up in one of the letters, I think. They're approved lighting fixtures. and
Yeah.
timing
Yeah,
commitments?
there are two, one on the north in the middle point, one on the south in the middle point. Those went through LUP approval. And what we're asking for is approval of that one we just saw that's on the east side, that will be snuggled up to the line there.
Okay. And where's that located?
Just so you know, the pickleball or the sport court lights, we've known that the neighbors don't like those, and so we use them very infrequently. We have a new light that shows only lights up less than half the court, and it's a hooded light. So, to be used when necessary, but we've been very careful about lighting, because obviously the last thing we want to do is disturb anyone. So we show the photo where only half that court shows up with the new.
Okay. All right, no other questions from the board?
I was just curious which side the neighbor is on that submitted the photos and it's that one.
I believe it's the neighbor's east, yeah. And just to give you an idea of dimension here, so from that house to the garage, that's 91 feet. And then to the cabana, that's 126. It's 5 feet lower on this side.
Okay, let's move on to public comment then. If there's anyone that would like to speak on this item, you can step forward. I have one speaker slip here from Marie Lasala. You want to come forward up to the podium? Is Marie here? No. I didn't think so. Do you have a speaker slip yet, or? Okay. Is that microphone on? Oh, sorry, that's it. Here.
So anyway,
So two minutes whenever you're ready.
thanks, go, bang. So at the last Bar S meeting, you strongly recommended that the Reagans reach out to the neighbors to work out our differences. And I think that we did talk with Zed, and in fact, we did agree to have a shed moved from spot X to spot Y, which they said. What we didn't quite understand, nor was discussed, was that it was going to become a campagna with an added on porch. And I think in that, there might be some plumbing and there might be some electricity that one might think is, I don't know if that goes with the campagna or not. But anyway, and I thought campagnas went with swimming pools, but that wasn't me. Anyway, that was not discussed, that was not approved by us. I don't think it really has to be approved by us, all things considered, but it's got to be approved by you guys. And we agreed certainly that the roof of the garage did not have dormers. But we are concerned about the height, which has not been explained. And I know that you guys are 16 feet works really well for you. I don't know if it's 16 feet or 18 feet, 17 feet, whatever. But I think that's got to be addressed. And let's see, what else do I have here? The roof line of the garage, I think, does not necessarily match the house that's there. Nor does it match the neighborhood, which is pretty typically low profile. Although the roof is not flat, it still has an apex. I think this apex is significantly higher than the apex in the rest of the neighborhood. We're concerned about that. The sport court, I think they probably, I don't know if they're hooded or they're not hooded. And in fact, they haven't turned on the lights, which we appreciate a whole bunch, frankly. But I don't know if the lights are going to be turned on or not, but those lights do reflect
directly, almost directly on what is our bedroom, which would be not in there, but it's to the bottom of the non-house that you have. You just see what some lines there. Anyway, what bothers us a little bit is that a shed has morphed into a workshop that has morphed into a cabana, maybe AKA an overnight sleeping area. And that's really not what we're looking for here. All things considered. This might be but anyway, those are our concerns.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks for listening.
Robert Halstead. Oh, that's right. Oh, Miss Katie Hay.
Hi, board. Thank you so much for the service that you provide our community. My name is Katie Hay. My husband David and I live in lot 10 at 737 River Tierra. We actually were the brokers that sold the house for the prior owner, the Chambers family, to the Ravens. So we're very familiar with the premises, and we live across the street and down one lot. We actually are in the lowest lying lot in the entire neighborhood, and all of the water runoff comes into and through our property. The concerns, I love that people are improving their home, and I happen to love the board and bat style. I think the board and bat style should be more complementary to what the main structure is versus the unpermitted shed that they built in board and bat style. So having the new garage match the main residence would probably be more my thinking. If that were possible to have that be board and bat, it would really tie the property together more. This is one of the highest lots in the community, and it's a private road. I didn't really realize until the plans came out. And by the way, the owners did not meet with me and my husband. They chose not to. My husband's a past treasurer of the board, and that got very contentious. So they chose not to meet with myself or the other prior board members, only with the other community members in the neighborhood. But the concerns that we have are specifically the water runoff and drainage. This house was built in 1960. It is permitted as a 4-bedroom, 1.75 bathroom. It's not what it is in its current configuration, and it was disappointing to have the plans change in its iterations and not accurately reflect what the layout is and what the number of bathrooms and bedrooms are. We are concerned about the age of the septic system, which I know is not your purview, but that coupled with water runoff is something that, as the lowest lying neighbor, I am quite concerned about. Also, their planter encroaches 22 feet in some areas and varying footage in others around that corner. And apparently the prior owner or owner prior to that had built a retaining wall and a planter that basically takes our 50-foot road easement and shrinks it down to 13 feet wide in some areas, which is a life safety concern, of course. So it would make sense for them to, while they're going in and doing these improvements to the property, to go ahead and fix that problem that it encroaches into the street right of way. And lastly, where the structures are located, the massing for Eastern Goleta Valley it's all up in front of the roadway. I'm sorry to tell you, Bob, but I prefer any structures being in the back of the property rather than right on the hill perched over the roadway as we drive by. And it seems to me if they're building a garage, it would be a great idea, given its proximity to the sport court and in between the pool, to have, rather than a separate structure like a cabana, to go ahead and build whatever little changing area that they need on the backside of the garage to limit the amount of building on the lot, given the water runoff that is a concern, not just for me, but other neighbors as well. We don't have any formal stormwater system. Everybody is on septic. And this is a special interest area in the LAMP program for the County of Santa Barbara. And that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So is Marie here? Okay.
Hello, and thank you for helping our community with your review of all of these development plans. My husband and I submitted a comment letter, and I apologize that we couldn't submit it sooner. What we have focused on is, in order for you to do your job and for the neighbors and other interested groups to do a thorough job reviewing the plans and providing thoughtful comments. The two things we need are accurate existing floor plans and an accurate project description, because this project has changed quite a bit from the original project to the current project, which now includes new things. A shed, as the other speakers have mentioned, is much larger, now a cabana with a new location, an expansion of the house, dining room area, a 17-foot sports light. These are things that weren't included originally, which make a significant difference now. It shouldn't be difficult, but for whatever reason, the plans that have been submitted so far, I think there have been 4 versions. The existing plans don't show all the rooms. Bedroom in the garage that exists doesn't appear on the plans. The third bathroom didn't appear on many of the plans. It has now appeared on one version of the plans. Before we can go forward, the existing data really needs to be clarified. And the project description that's published should include all these new elements. So unfortunately, today's agenda published the original old description. But once you get past that, if the board wants to move forward with considering the new project, I agree that massing all of the buildings up towards the front seems to violate the hilltop guidelines. And if the cabana shed were kept more the original size of the shed, and if the garage were rotated to face that driveway a bit more, it seems the cabana shed, instead of being up front, so close to the front of the property, could be located on the side of the garage or on the side of the sports court, and could alleviate some of that frontal massing problem.
So that was the 2-minute bell a while back. If you could wrap up, please. Thank you.
And providing some safe area for parking for the guests that want to utilize the sports court would also be a great benefit because of the very narrow street, considering it's our only way in and out, and it's considered a fire lane. And if you consider those issues, that would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board then for comments.
Actually, I have a question. One of the public speakers talked about a planter that was impacting the road or something. I don't know.
Be easier to look at a photo of it. You want to see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where is it on here?
Yeah, it's that curve.
Yeah.
It's just step down. So that step down.
It's the retaining wall.
Can we go back to the photos?
I think page 2, that's in the video. Yeah. Yeah. That's the main road there. There's the.
Are there two levels to it? Is there a wall behind and then a wall below?
Steps down.
They permitted? They're old.
I believe so. This was probably the original owner, or maybe the fourth owner.
Any questions, Val? No, okay, John? Mr. Verdiak, any questions?
Yes. Yeah, it curves the whole road. Yeah, with their property line goes to the middle of the street, so it is in the right of way, but it's also their property. It's where the center line of the streets.
What you're thinking of doing is putting board and batten on the entire house. Is that correct?
No, that basically the main body of the house stays stucco, and then the two gable forms on the end get the board and batten.
I see.
No one can see our home from the road because our home is on the other side of that bougainvillea hedge. So it's extremely private, whether it's board and batten or not. You can't really see it.
Mr. Peugeot, questions? Ms. Grubb? Okay. Oh, I have a question. Can we go to the site plan again? I'm wondering what the difference in elevation is between the finished floor of the new garage and the neighbor to the east? Any idea what the?
Let's see, I think there's a 172. Finished floor of the garage.
Yeah.
I've got a spot elevation on that eastern property of 172.
That's here.
Correct, yeah, and then finished floor of garage, we have 178. But then in between there is that very large avocado tree.
Okay. All right, okay, so, question.
Is the cabana in the side yard setback?
No, we'd actually be removing it from the rear yard setback.
And the reason why we moved it was to, we're paying attention to the neighbors and what their wishes were. That's the only reason why any plans were ever changed, is try to adhere to not upset anyone in the neighborhood and to make it so that people were okay with our project that we're trying to do.
Okay.
I could say one more thing.
Real quick.
I hope you have the signatures of 14 of the 19 people in the neighborhood that are okay with the project. 4 out of 5 immediate neighbors have no concerns, and 2 immediate neighbors have expressed and have written letters of support.
Okay. So,
I have one
question.
Is this project in Hillside? Having me appear in Hillside design?
No.
No.
Okay, let's move into comments from the board. Ms. Grubb?
I appreciate the public comment, but I generally think that additions to the property seem suitable to the size of the property. It's if the rest of the board continues it on, I would want to see landscape plans, because I think there'll be some impacts to the site.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot?
I agree that it seems like the The improvements are very reasonable. They are very well done. And they're low key. Totally support of them. The only thing that gives a little bit of concern is that the light spill. And there's a way to control the lighting on the court, so it stays on the court and doesn't go to the neighbors. There's some shields. And if you need some photometrics and figure out how to do it, it would be, because usually you try to get to what is it, half, it was half a lumen in the property line, is that right? That the less than 5, this there are fixtures that will direct the light specifically for your use in one part of the neighbors. That I think is an important issue. The landscaping would help, but as far as the architecture goes, it seems to be perfectly fine.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak, comments?
No, I agree. I have nothing else to add.
Okay, Ms. Frosher?
Yeah, I was curious about maybe more landscape screening across to the right of the sport court to kind of help shield along that property line. The scope of the project looks consistent with the size of the lot. I find myself wondering what it is that has caused antagonism in the neighborhood. And I don't know if it's just the sound of pickleball, could be. But also I want to add that this board doesn't get super involved with drainage issues. And I think that is something that you should be looking at and trying to figure out how to manage stormwater on the site and how to improve that, even though that's not something this board is in. But the architecture looks fine and scope of the buildings looks fine, and maybe some more landscape information would be good.
Okay, thank you. I guess brings up a couple of questions for me. I'm wondering, because I hear what some of the community members are saying about pushing buildings back into the site a little bit more and not being right up on the roadway. So like, I'm wondering what is sort of happening in this zone here. Can you explain some of these? Maybe we can zoom in on that.
No, Mr. Chair, it's driven by septic. That's there are some dry wells right there. In fact, you can see the red circle. That's our kind of no-go zone.
Down.
Scroll down. So you can see just north of those palms there, that's the dry well. And then that dash is the stay out of the zone.
And are these like raised beds?
Yeah,
And,
that's just.
and these are what, retaining walls?
Yeah, the grade of the lawn, that retaining wall is sort of holding up the lawn zone. It's usually 179 up there and then it drops down. It's 4-foot drop.
Mhm. All right, well. Okay. I would say, generally speaking, I'm in agreement with the rest of the board, but my concern is mainly, well, actually, I wanted to ask a question again. Is the planner here? Kylie Brown, I'm curious, as one of the community members mentions, is the new light, is that part of this proposal that we're supposed to be reviewing? Because it's not listed, I don't think, in the project description. So is it up already and we're trying to get it approved, or you?
Yeah, it's an as-built condition.
Okay.
So yeah, it's in the current LUP that's associated with this.
And why have that light if you already have 2 others?
Just they're not enough. It's just not bright enough to play.
But the new one's only lighting half.
The old lights have been objected to by the neighbors, so this light is very limited in terms of what it's gonna light up.
So it's really
for half the court.
So it's the basketball portion.
Yeah, and we literally used it, can count on one hand how many times we lit the light up, but it's.
Okay. She's not, okay. So I think when you return, my concern is kind of in through here. And the impact that these new structures will have on the neighborhood. And so obviously we're going up as we go up, enter the property in the driveway. So these are, what was that again? 177-ish and down here 169.
Yep.
So that's gonna be sticking way up, I guess is my concern. And the, what's the finished floor, let's say, of the new cabana?
It'll probably be similar. It's about accurate.
Yeah. So you don't have much room here to, but we, so a landscape plan will be necessary to show how you're mitigating those impacts. Otherwise, anyone else have anything to add? I think then, since we're not asking for major movements, I think we could then return to the full board for preliminary approval. When you're ready with those comments. Alex, did you need clarification on?
I think I got it.
Got it, okay.
I think what we need to do, we address the comments on the description, so the project description matches the project, so you can get a preliminary approval based on that.
Okay, and then do we, if you go up one sheet, I think one of the requests was to show all existing and proposed hardscape, and so I think you have an existing plan above this, is that right?
No, it's kind of both on this. And so the green is what we're gonna take out the pavement.
Okay.
That would be the zone, but we'll come back. to it.
Yeah, it's a lot
So
easier
you
to
can see
read
it.
if we
Yeah.
have an existing plan and a proposed plan, so I think that statement, item B carries over. All right. That's me, any discussion? Okay. That's
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you very much. Moving on then to item number 8, the Saldana addition and accessory structure, request of Jeppe Madsen, agent for owners Maricela and Jamie Saldana, for conceptual review of a 683 square foot addition to the existing single family dwelling and 1,823 square foot covered patio with outdoor kitchen, living and dining space. Also installation of new retaining wall located at 1350 Holiday Hill Road. And this is first time we're seeing this, so the applicants are here. Can you please state your names for the record?
I'm Jeppe Madsen. I'm the agent for the owner and the designer.
My name is Armando Arias del Cid, and I'm working with Jeppe in the project.
Okay, so setting the timer here for 10 minutes, and you can, I think it won't take that long, but whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, and just to note, Bethany Cloud, who's the landscape architect, is on the Zoom, so if you need her input.
Great.
And I believe the Saldanas are also trying to make it to the meeting. I wanted to just correct, are you Jonathan? You're Jonathan. I just wanted to correct the square footage that's mentioned on the agenda. I'd gotten that to Jonathan and Olivia. The addition is 714 square feet, and the house and garage together are 3,506 square feet.
And what about this can't be right either, 1,800 square foot covered patio?
Yes,
That's correct?
yes,
Okay.
that's correct. And that'll. So the Saldanas have lived in the house for nearly 19 years. The house is a 1960s, probably early 1960s home. If you go to the vicinity map on the cutter sheet in the center, the house is located at 1350 Holiday Hill Road. It's the Goleta Hills. It is accessed by Fairview above Cathedral Oaks, probably like a quarter to a half mile. You turn left onto Holiday Hill Road, and then the Saldana's house is the second property on the right from Fairview. If you go to the next page, to the site. There you go. So if you can do the aerial view, can you scroll in a little? So as I mentioned, the Saldana's house is the second property from Fairview on the right. You can see how Holiday Hill sort of sweeps through the property. It's a large curved frontal to the road. The Fairview side of the property is well screened and a pretty wild feel to it. You can't see the home until you're almost directly in front of the house, and even then you need to look immediately to your right to see it. If you scroll down and go to B, Street View facing west, that's that approach to with Fairview at your back. You're looking at the beginning of their property, and if you scroll to the right, that is that's looking at the Saldana's driveway with that palm kind of alley up, and that's both their access and any guest access to the house is up the driveway. If you scroll down to the center of that page, that is the view standing directly in front of the Saldana's house. And just to note there how well screened the front is, you really can't see the front very well, but also there's a gutter that's pretty much in line with the front of the house. Go to the next page. So programmatically, the Saldana's asked us to do a number of things, upgrade their kitchen, create a separate living area for their children to entertain friends. They have family gatherings there. They wanted a better entertainment area for that. Access for guests to the house, having to walk up the driveway, past the garage, past where the Saldana's park their cars to get to the front door is a bit awkward. They needed a couple of powder rooms, one for the interior of the house and one for the pool area. Right now, the only facility is at the very back of the house. It's one of the children's bathrooms. And so guests have to go back into sort of a more private area. They have to hope their kids kept the bathroom nice. And anyone that's using the pool has to walk through the house in their wet bathing suits all the way to the back. So that was part of what they wanted to, us to work on. The house has a very, very low feel to it. The ceilings are 8 foot tall, and the spaces on the interior of the house are quite long. So there's a very compressed feel to the house. So one of the main things we're doing is raising the roof, vaulting the ceiling, giving them a lot more volume on the interior of the home. It is an older home, but it doesn't have a lot of character to the house right now. So the Saldana's like that Spanish colonial aesthetic. We are intending to make the house look like an old structure that has a history to it that we've created a more modern workable space from. To note on this, that darker gray area, it's noted as 5 if you want to scroll in.
You have an existing site survey?
On the cover sheet. The one with the.
Yeah, just curious. You probably have
know.
the same comment as the last one and existing and proposed for the site for next time.
Okay.
When you come back.
Okay. The landscape might help that. That's at the very end. But so as far as the structure though, the very light gray, that sort of main L is the existing. The darkest gray are the additions that we're doing to interior space. At the front, it's a entry structure. On the left, it is a kind of pop-out area for a formal dining room, which is one of the programmatic things they requested. A laundry area, because currently the laundry is in the garage, which they don't want, and then a master bath off to that sort of northeast side of the property, and a mechanical room. The wraparound porch And there's a covered living, dining, and kitchen area. There's an existing pool that is at an angle to the house and is a little awkward right now. We're proposing that living, dining, and kitchen, outdoor cabana, covered porch area to sort of wrap the pool, make it feel more grounded and centered, and the shape and angle that the pool is to the house to seem more intentional. So the structure is square to the house where it meets the house, and then that angle that it comes off towards the front of the property is the angle of the pool. And then the rest of the porch is just a wraparound porch to sort of allow the home to be open to the landscape without being too exposed. That's the existing plan. You can see the angle of the pool. And the kitchen, if you note, is at the front east side of the house. Southeast side of the house. This is the demo and proposed floor plan. The existing is hatched out. So you can see the fireplace and the openings are pretty much in the same place that they have been in towards the front of the house. But we're changing the windows to all French doors to make it sort of open to the landscape more. On the very front of the house, there is a on the Holiday Hill side of the house is where we're putting the entry structure. And I can talk more about the access to that in the landscape plan as well. We're moving the kitchen back towards the living room, back towards the bedrooms to kind of make it more the center, the heart of the house. It also will become sort of the transition area between the more public parts of the home and then the private bedrooms. And as well as being connected more to that dining, living, and kitchen for the exterior of the home. We reworked all the bedrooms. They wanted a formal dining room, which is now sort of just past the living room. I don't know if you can see it on that plan, but there's a formal dining room that pops out now. And then more interior storage with the laundry.
Yeah, we're not as concerned with the interior.
Okay.
So let's move to the
Okay, the
elevations and
Yeah, so the front elevation is probably the one. Can you scroll in on that top elevation?
that's the 10-minute mark.
Oh, man. Okay,
I
I'll
know,
bring it up.
goes fast.
Okay, it does. So that is the top image is the proposed elevation with the front entry piece. You can see the red line, the red dotted line. See if that's how this. That is the existing elevation. Below it is the drawing of the existing elevation. And if you scroll down one more, that's the image of the front elevation. That right there. Next one is the back, which you can see. And then the following page again has the side elevations, which you don't see from the street. With the wall around the dining area to mask it from the parking area. If we go to the sections, we can scroll through the first one. Yeah, I think we can scroll through that one. Expediency. And the relevant part is really the thing to note here is the elevation difference between the height that the house sits on and the street. The street is to the left, so there's quite a difference in the elevation. And again, for expediency, let's go all the way to the last page, which is the landscape plan. So currently, all the guests have to go up the driveway. The gate is not electrified, so they have to leave the gate open. People park in the street, they have to walk up the driveway past the garage and cars to get to the front, which their front door is facing that sort of more utilitarian private area. So we've added the structure on the front of the house where the entry is, and if you scroll in on the street side of the house.
So is this now the front?
So we're changing the front of the house to be,
Right here.
yes, more along the street side of the house. So people would still park on the street, but there's now a pedestrian entry. And you can see we've kind of addressed the access that you have to then walk because there's the gutter that's directly in line, so you can't really enter by the gutter. Fire pit area down below, picnic area that sort of completes the access as you turn the corner to begin your approach to the house. And then 2 sets of stairs that meet at one landing pad for the entry, so that people can from the pool go under the covered porch, down the stairs to the fire pit or the picnic area. So it sort of creates a more accessible path from the street and a separate path for the guests from the street to the entry.
Okay. All right, thank you. Questions from the board?
Why are there 2 pedestrian gates? on the-
If you scroll in,
Yeah.
that is a historic relic.
Oh.
That was from a previous design. At one point, we were considering parking off the street and then just, again, trying to get that's gone.
So just do 1 gate.
It's just one gate at the street.
Okay.
That just didn't get to.
No, it's, I was like, seems weird to go 2
Good
steps.
question, though.
I have some questions about this. I don't quite understand. This is a drainage, right? Like a street drainage?
It's a gutter.
Okay, so this is the sidewalk, then somehow it goes like that.
So there's no sidewalk. There's
Oh.
no sidewalk in the neighborhood.
This is not,
That is just, we would propose like DG, just a path to make that access more accessible. If you look at, I think it's the second sheet, you can see the front of the house and you can see that
so this is the curve?
that's, the darker line, yes, that's the curve of the street, the curve of the street.
Go back to where you were. You can go back in there. Yeah, so you're saying that people are going to park here. What is this?
Generally, that is an existing stack wall
Huh?
and plant.
So you're saying that that this person are going to park here and then come up this way and go up the stairs and reach the house. Is that the idea?
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
what are these are chairs? Or what?
That's a fire pit. We're proposing to have a fire pit down there so that from the front, you can have kind of a visual access towards the street that sort of terminates, provides, they have a fire pit down there now that they like the idea of a fire pit. We have the wall that would be the same, stucco material as the house. So it's sort of tying the entry, giving a point of termination for that visual access.
So basically, you're orienting all of your house towards this. Is that the concept?
Well, more we're
On the steps, all
orienting,
that, yeah.
I guess, yes, if you're standing at the front looking down, we wanted to give it sort of a visual termination. But really what we're trying to do is have from the street, the access be towards the front of the house that faces the street.
Okay, second question.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where it's shown in the elevations. The existing house has some, it seems to be all wrapped up in plaster. It's not a traditional Spanish house, but it does have like clipped eaves and rakes and wrapped up. Is that what you're trying to reproduce, or are you going to express something different?
The current house?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could show the images of the current house that are on the elevations, maybe if you go to the side elevation, which is the current entry. Yeah, if you scroll in on that image there, this is their current entry. This is, if you scroll on closer in the image.
A little bit bigger.
So it is a stucco home, but it is it's got very deep, low eaves.
So it has some kind of a concrete tile or?
Yeah,
or-
it's not concrete. I think it's a metal. It looks like a concrete tile, but it's not.
And it has it soffit, flat soffit with plaster, right? And are you going to keep this look or
No.
not? You're going to
No,
leave,
no, no. We're going to raise the roof
Raise
to
the
the
roof.
16. If you scroll up higher on that same and pull out a little bit. So that's the elevation as it currently stands. That was an image that the Saldanas gave us, and then go down a little further. Sorry, go up further. Scroll. So that's
I
is
see.
the
So
existing,
it looks like you're going to 4 and 12 pitch, is that correct?
3.5.
3.5. And you're having like a clip rake, or is there some kind of like a shadow board? Is that what you're doing?
No, I mean, the details in this are not, it's going to be sort of that traditional Spanish colonial language with the.
Okay, so, all right, it's a question, comment? Or, yeah, it's not there yet. I mean, if you're going for the colonial revival, okay.
Yes,
That's the
that is
question.
the aesthetic that we're.
Okay, questions? I forgot where we left off. Anyone have other questions?
I had one other question. I think that Bethany, if you're on the line, are you showing a hedge in the same location as that drainage swale?
Go to the
Are you-
landscape plan.
I'm just curious if you'll be able to provide the screening there, or if it's like, not sure what the existing condition of that swale is, but it's not clear.
There's-
I think the plan, I think, is to leave that edge pretty much from the
Zoom in the bottom.
gravel of the fire pit area over towards Fairview, is to pretty much leave that in its current condition, which is pretty
So there's not a gutter swale across the front?
there's not a swale.
Oh, okay.
There's,
Is the gutter situation only over here, not over here?
so do you see that indent in the road? If you go further to your left, right?
Yeah.
That's the gutter. That's where the road drains into.
Okay. What's this?
That is existing fencing and plant.
Oh, okay.
That we're not changing.
Okay, I thought that's.
Yeah, no, that's just existing.
Yeah,
Question.
yeah.
You know, your elevation shows no overhang at all. And so what you're doing is putting this porch all around to alleviate, get rid of that bad detail.
That the edge of the roof is very close to the edge
Yeah,
of
I
the
mean,
walls.
it solves the
Yes.
problem for you.
Yes, partially, but it's also an intention itself is to have a wraparound porch. And so I
Yeah,
wanted,
I think that's a good idea.
I wanted between the top of the porch and the bottom of the eaves to have, of the roof, to have some of the wall expressed. And so we're limited by the 16-foot height, so it was a way to keep the roof from hanging over too far.
Right.
So what is the wraparound porch? Is that a flat roof?
No, it's if you go to the.
You can just tell me.
It's peaked same, it's not quite as angled as the roof, but it's also gonna be a saltillo,
Okay,
terracotta tile roof, like.
okay, that's fine.
Like the existing, or like the new.
You were asking about the inlet?
Yes, I think we have it squared away.
Yeah, I think I was
So-
misunderstanding where it was, but now I.
Yeah, there's not really a curb there. If you go to the second sheet in the set where she showed you the picture from the street, the panorama, yeah, that one right there. See, if you zoom in on there, just above the word north, you see that white kind of boxy looking structure. That is the inlet. And you can see, you can't really tell there, but the curb curves around that.
Okay,
And that's where the curve is in the plan, just FYI.
okay, thanks.
All right, any other questions? Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Okay, I see no one. Back to the board for comments. Ms. Frosher.
Well, it looks like a lot of different solutions being addressed, for trying to update this property in a nice way. I think you're on a good track. It looks like a tear down. It looks like you're gonna not have that much left, especially raising the plate heights to get the higher walls. So, I mean, it's just, yeah, it's gonna be a comprehensive redo. And I think my only comment would be to work on the E detail, because what you're describing and what's there don't look the same.
And Mr. Verdiak. Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, I agree with those comments. One that it may look like a tear down, but I mean, like what people do, they remove the house, they leave the foundation, they use the foundation, they beef it up where it needs to be in a special, and then they build the walls. So I think that's more or less the way you're going with this project. Just be aware. It's not like you're saving, not that you're saving the walls. The walls have to be taken out because you're adding above them. You will need the sheer value of the walls, the anchor and the structure. The other thing is your comments, the way you express yourself, point to one picture, but what I see in the drawings is a different picture. I see a much more stark building than what you described. And I'm trying to figure out which one is it. And I think you're describing a nice, soft, basically a colonial revival, some version of a colonial revival, stylized like they would have done in the 30s. But what I see in the drawings is much more stark, but maybe it's just the drawing technique, the way the CAD, the 3D that you're using. It would be better to back down a little bit and start with real sections, like a real section, large, indicating exactly how you're going to build this, one or two cross sections, and you'll see that a lot of that what's existing is not going to remain there. So the tear down is really happening, and the details are important. So I hope you look into a good colonial revival with details and reproduce them here, and then you will be very happy. But it's not going to be cheap.
It seems like you could work on your detailing early on so that you can start seeing how can you have deeply recessed windows, which are an important part of that colonial revival style, and where do you thicken walls if you're going to do that, and then all of the eave and roof details and then start to get the elevations to match.
Plus it using a two-piece mission tile. Heavy. It's so the structure has heavy structural implications. So
that's a new roof. If it's a lightweight metal roof now, that
Yeah, it's a
so
new roof.
basically,
but this could be a new roof structure.
Yeah.
To hold it.
No, of course, if it's going up,
Yeah, so it's all new.
but it's also the foundations. I mean, so you may want to check your budget, because you may want to have some flat portions of flat roof, because of cost or because of the need to, I don't know, to put solar, to do mechanical or whatever, but in order to lighten the load and to lower the cost of the structure, because it's really going up.
Okay, Ms. Grubb.
I like the idea of the wraparound porch around the pool, kind of justifying the angle of the pool. I'm having a hard time with the location of the new entrance being on the skinny end of the house. It's also just so much elevation change getting up to the entry from the street in a compressed space because of putting it at the end. I think it could be detailed in a way that would be able to be approved, but I also wonder if it's worth exploring putting that entrance, still attaching it to the living room, but putting it to would that be south? I'm just looking at the floor plan, so I'm north there with reference, but page left on the floor plan. Because it's just, I think it's gonna feel like those sets of stairs are kind of stacked on top of each other, and so it's gonna feel a little intimidating for that to be the main access point. I think if you figured out a way to give yourself a little bit more space in between all the elevation change, a little bit more meandering, and you could still create a formal, a focal point outside of an entry, whichever side you put it on, but perched out on a ledge a little bit of that entrance.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was having a little trouble with just all that's going on in this area and wondering why would you push a fire pit all the way at the street? Why not incorporate it into the pool area? And as Haley mentioned, you know, it is kind of odd. It's so much of a program here. Why not just have this sort of meander up towards the existing front of the house? But I don't know, and a picnic area right by the road too. I don't understand why it wouldn't sort of work around the pool area with those elements. It looks like you have plenty of room there. So quick question, what's this little zone here for?
That is, it's currently a relatively flat area, and you can see there is a path that kind of goes from the driveway side across, and I think Bethany was going to put some of the fill in that area.
Okay. Okay, this just seems unintentional. So I guess my comment would be consider relocating fire pit and picnic area up around the pool to centralize the activity zone, and consider yeah, I agree that this is just kind of awkward, changing the front entry of the house to the short side. So beyond that, what are the rooms that are in here on that end of the house?
To the back.
Just go down,
the
just go
front.
down. So we'll stop right there. So where's the existing front door? Is that right here?
Lower.
It's here.
Yep, you see there's the hatch entry. Just up
Oh,
above.
here.
Yes, that's
Okay.
it.
Yeah. It just seems strange that this become the entry, especially, what is this one? Is that the,
That's the den now, that was.
the den?
the-
Yeah, I think you could get away with keeping the main entrance to the house here and just creating a nice entry experience up through the front yard. It just seems like you're entering into the side yard, but
It's also conflicting because, you know, many people drive or why will the car have the big fat entrance, and then the person have this little thing that has to meander and go around?
The
And maybe
guests currently can't park up at the top. There's a limited amount of parking, and usually the Saldana's personal vehicles occupy that. So guests currently park on the street, and then they walk up the driveway to access.
yeah, I guess the site plan seems to be empty, and maybe there's other stuff on that part of the lot that we don't see.
There is, we were only showing the part that we were changing.
It almost seems like you could have the pedestrian entry more associated with the vehicular entry and then create a nice entry or walk experience up through here, but you missing something. This to me is the most awkward part. Just why would you want to sit here right next to the road with the fire pit when you have plenty of room to create a nice, experience up near the pool? But I guess it's just a suggestion. So I think you got a good idea of how we're feeling about it. Any additional last minute comments? I think here, it's the first time we're seeing this too, so I think it would be a return for further conceptual with the aforementioned comments.
Yeah, please bring a cross section, like a regular, let me see, a regular cross section big with details of how it goes, like from here to there. What happens? How do you handle the new one like that? I think that will be clear, and I think that will explain the tear down, the deconstruction of the cost associated with the proposal, I think.
And also there's a comment in the very beginning about bringing either survey or an existing site plan along with a proposed. So
Alex, were you asking for a cross section through the building or a site section?
Through, I think is the site steep, or is there a slope on the side or not? If there is slope on the side or not?
Yeah.
The across this way.
Yeah.
That's relatively flat.
This way?
Yeah.
Yes, the slope goes up
This
kind
way?
of towards the back corner of their property.
I see, it goes
So
this
the
way, I
highest-
guess, yeah.
The highest
Right.
point is the
Yeah.
corner.
Well,
north.
maybe we need both, but I think if an architectural section will start describing what you're doing better, because all these CAD things, they're a little bit confusing. They show too much and they don't, and the scale is too small. I think we need something with the materials. How is that going to be done?
Seems like people are gonna be very tired when they get to the front door.
So just a quick question. Did you turn the old entry into the dining room? That's what that became.
No.
Yes, because I wanted to.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Moving on then
comments.
to item number 9. Machado Family Trust, and also I think I saw Eric Bear was in the attendees. He would need to be moved to the panelists. Okay, Machado Family Trust addition and alterations, request of AB Design Studio, agent for the owner Blake Machado, for conceptual review of a project that for the demolition of 1,300 square feet of existing, conversion of 584 square feet. Anyone? No? The existing residence to garage and 336 square foot addition to the existing residence and 702 square foot addition to create a new attached garage. Also relocation of existing pool, new spa, and various hardscaping and landscaping. That's where that sentence came from before on the previous item that was not supposed to be in there. This is 4878 Vieja Drive in eastern Goleta Valley. If the applicants are here, please state your names for the record.
Hello, board members. This is Eric Bear with AB Design Studio.
Peter Smith with Bosque Landscape Architecture.
Okay, I'm gonna set a timer for 10 minutes. And so whenever you're ready, show us what you have.
Okay, great. Thank you. So this sheet here, page 2, just to get us oriented in terms of project location, this parcel backs up behind Moore Mesa, which you're probably all familiar with. So you can see that in the upper images here, 2 and 4. And as you scroll down, we can see well here in image 1. We're along Vieja Drive, where it sort of branches off into private road Vieja Drive. And you can see that our parcel is right there, which abuts the public hiking trail that you can see leading into the park. On to the next sheet. Here's some context photos of the house, the property, and the surrounding neighbors. If you scroll down to photos 5 and 6, which you can see here in the field of view, scroll back up a little bit. 5 and 6, we can see images of the existing house. Image 6 shows it well from the existing driveway. Pretty tired, older house, in very much need of repair and improvement. The existing house is vacant. There's a permitted second residence that we'll see in floor plan that is occupied. And we can see some of the neighboring properties. If you scroll to if you move over to the left side of the sheet, photos 12 and 14 also show the existing house well. 14 there, we can see that's from the public hiking trail. So looking at the side of the property, and then photo 12, just a little bit further up the private portion of Vieja Drive, looking back at the existing residence. So we can continue on. We could actually skip over the, well, we can see the existing survey here before I move on. So the existing survey, you can see the footprint of the existing home and the existing swimming pool and patio to the south of the residence, and the existing driveway, which leads off the front of the house up to that private Vieja road. From here, I'd like to move forward to page 8, and then we'll come back and look at the proposed landscape and site design sheets after we review the proposed improvements to the home. So here's the existing demolition site plan. So we're proposing to demolish the existing concrete drive, which you can see at the north side of the house leading up to Vieja Drive. The existing concrete is cracked and pretty old, and so we're actually proposing to relocate the driveway further east, which we'll see on the proposed site plan. And then we're also proposing to demolish the existing swimming pool and patio. Also, it's old and easier and probably more cost effective to remove it and replace it with a slightly revised design than to try to repair it in a way that made sense. This site plan shows the existing footprint that's to remain in white, and then portions of the existing footprint that are proposed to be demolished with the crosshatch, which we can see a little triangle there on the southeast corner, and then portions in the southwest corner that we believe to be additions that were done to the house at some point. The existing house is on a raised floor, and those sort of pop outs on the southwest corner on slab, we're proposing to remove those. If you continue now to the next sheet, we'll see the proposed site plan, and I'll speak primarily just in terms of the house. We'll come back to the proposed site design, but you can see here we're proposing to relocate the driveway to the east side of the house. The existing garage was converted at some point into that legal second residential unit I mentioned, and so there is no garage. And so a part of the project is to bring back a garage. So we have a proposed 3-car garage that we'd like to have accessed from the east side, so it's not so front facing, which we will talk about. And then you can see a few minor additions in terms of building footprint shaded in light gray. So we've got a slight addition to extend the house east on the east side, and then some minor additions on the west side, and several very minor additions on the south side. And you can see the proposed swimming pool relocated to the south end of the existing pool patio that I mentioned would be removed and replaced. And then we're proposing some deck space and some new lawn space, which we'll talk more about, directly south of the house. We're not proposing anything in the lower south end of the property. You can see in the plot plan here on the bottom right corner of the site plan, it's a very long parcel. We're not proposing anything south of the swimming pool. Everything is kind of the north half of the property. Moving on to the next sheet, our existing demo plan. Again, here you can see fairly clearly the portions of the existing building footprint that we're proposing to remove.
I think we can move through this, Eric.
Okay, good. We're removing all the existing trellises, which you can see in this roof plan. I'll just mention briefly we're maintaining Framing wise, we're maintaining really the core of the house, which you can see in white here. All the areas that are diagonal hatched are proposed new roofing, but you can see the center core of the house, we're proposing to maintain the existing framing. Moving on to the next sheet, our proposed floor plan. You can see the proposed 3-car garage on the right-hand side. We're proposing to sink that down about 4 feet lower than the main house to get that driveway to work on that eastern side of the house where the site is lower. Overall, we're actually proposing one fewer bedroom than what exists. We're proposing a minor addition on the west side, as you can see, and then and kind of in the center of the north side of the plan, we're proposing an attached ADU, which has its separate entrance, which you can see there. Small 1-bedroom ADU. Moving on, proposed roof plan. Again, we're maintaining the existing roof in the core of the house, the center portion of the house. We're proposing to add new roofing, which would be a standing seam metal roof wherever we have kind of a downward slope from the main ridge. And then these white areas will be a single ply roof membrane where the new roof is proposed, new roof framing over existing building footprint that sort of butterflies up from the center of the structure, which we'll see better in elevation. Moving forward, next sheet, you can see our proposed elevations here below existing elevations. So elevation 1 at the bottom of the sheet is the proposed north elevation facing Vieja Drive. This will be the primary elevation in terms of what's visible from Public Way. We're maintaining a very low building profile. I think the apparent building height there is about 11 feet. So similar to the existing structure, or again, we're maintaining that existing high ridge. So we're not proposing much in the way of any sort of building height increase. It's mostly just different fenestration, different exterior materials and appearance. We're proposing this vertical wood siding. So it's primarily glass, and the vertical wood siding as the primary materials. The elevation 3 is the south elevation facing back towards the swimming pool. Moving on to the next sheet. We can see our east and west elevations. Here you get a little better sense of that butterfly sort of bow tie roof design, where we're maintaining the gable roof through the center of the structure and then kind of kicking up these upward butterfly roofs. It's a low slope roof. We're maintaining that existing 1 in 12 pitch and then matching that in an upward direction on these proposed wings that are, again, it's over existing building footprint. We're doing some fairly significant reframing similar to the previous project, but over existing building footprint and pretty well within the existing building height. Elevation 1 at the bottom, you can see where we're sinking this new proposed garage. And so we're proposing to clad that garage door in a similar material as the sort of base of the walls around the rest of the existing house. So it's somewhat disguised, but that'll be where essentially we're looking at where the garage door would bifold open and you can pull in there at the bottom of that elevation. Last sheet for me, the next sheet is our building sections, which we can come back to if you guys have any questions. But you can see the low profile nature of the house, and then that section 3 shows a cross section through the garage, so you can see how the garage is proposed to be sunk down. And with that, I will pass it to Kier, and he can share with you the proposed site design. Thank you.
You got 40 seconds.
4 seconds. Can we go back to sheet 4, please?
Sorry, Kier.
No, thanks, sir. Yeah, so let's see, actually sheet 5. Sheet 5. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. So we can just start in the front. So the main improvements that we're doing, we're adding kind of a more formalized guest entry. Currently, as Eric mentioned, and you can see in the site photos, it's pretty much dominated by a concrete driveway. So it's kind of the whole house is open to the street frontage. So we're trying to create some visual separation from the street, but also maintain a kind of visibility and kind of keep it welcoming to the neighborhood. And so we can see the 2 cars up there. That's kind of where the guests would park. And then we have a nice entry sequence coming to the front door with a wood boardwalk and a kind of interior courtyard space. And then from a vehicular standpoint, we're kind of orienting the driveway
towards the east. So where people are kind of coming in and out of orienting it that way. So it's just a little bit safer coming in and out. And then the staggered fence that you see kind of here is a low 5-foot semi-transparent fence, like a wood fence that ties in with the architecture. And we would stagger specimen trees and planting in front and behind that. Regarding some more screening on the west and east property lines, as Eric mentioned, there's a public access here. So we're right now the current situation is they have like a solid wood fence here that kind of covers that whole pool area. It's probably it's probably there so that we can have some privacy from this public pathway. And so we would be integrating some more naturalized plantings on the the eastern property line. And then on the western property line, would be, there's an existing podocarpus hedge on the neighboring property. We'd be adding in two to help screen it from them. This is a big lawn area. We're proposing to reduce that square footage and keep some type of lawn area for the kids with fruit tree around it. And then in the backyard, as Eric mentioned, we're replacing the existing pool with a new modernized pool to go with the house. And then some new hardscape around it.
What is this? Some kind of roadway?
Yeah, sorry. So this is that's an access path they would use for golf cart type vehicles and gators. There's a horse stable down there. So it's just likely like a DG or compacted base pathway. If we can just go quickly to the next two sheets, I'll go through these quickly, but here's a rendering that we provided for the clients to kind of show that guest parking area. So you can see the fencing that we're proposing. And then in between the fencing and the staggers, we have some type of architectural mesh screening, some transparent screening. The parking would likely be like a chip seal gravel. And then the next rendering shows kind of that entry sequence with a proposed fountain element in the boardwalk. And, Eric's the architectural glassing, that's the entry area. We go to the next sheet. Another entry moment view. And then the last rendering is of the new pool with a deepened kind of edge that drops off into the existing slope. And then kind of how that parts conceptually we're that with. I think that's.
All right, thank you. Is this a lawn?
Yes, that's a small lawn area connecting to the pool.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Did you say you were gonna do, or what kind of a fence along where that public path is? You said that's the east?
Eastern property line.
Yeah.
If we go quickly back to
the landscape plan.
I think my pointer died. So.
It's finicky. Just
It might come back.
keep trying.
Yeah, along the bottom.
Yes, so currently,
Yeah.
Currently, I believe that's all fairly open. There's some landscape. But yeah, we would likely we would need a fence for the pool. They don't have one now, so I think that's why they have that fence for the pool. So it'd be likely a 5-foot high fence with naturalized screening around it.
I have a couple of questions. So this is the property line, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
And this part, is it paved? Is it part of the street or what's, is there a sidewalk or what's this?
Sure. Yeah, it's an asphalt. Correct?
It's asphalt, so what you're proposing is just to put some guest parking here and you put a fence in there, right? Is that it?
Yes, so if you go to the next sheet, yeah, that fence would be a wood element.
Yeah,
fence.
the wood
So
fence.
thinking conceptually, and that would be that element there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, go back. Yeah, so I was just, it's a question comment. This axis seems a little bit contorted and awkward and really tight, right there. I mean, I was just wondering, why not just kind of like a more general swing, coming in and swinging right? You probably thought about it and you wanted to preserve some grass area. Is that the thinking?
yeah, so if you can actually go to the existing site plan, maybe that would show where the existing I'm sorry. Yeah. We go to the existing site plan.
So number 4 there.
Sheet 8.
Um, should- Yeah, so currently, that's really not that clear there, but currently there is a big.
Can
lawn
get through
area
so
down there.
Jonathan, yeah, that corner.
They have a nice avocado tree that they've asked us to maintain. And so that is a big lawn area there that their kids use, and that's kind of like their open yard area it's flat. So we would like to preserve as much of that flat space as possible for lawn and fruit orchard type.
Okay, thank you.
We're good. Any other questions? We'll go back to the landscape plan again. So you said this is the access path, so it actually comes onto their property.
Yes, that does show that it would come on but it's on the
Okay.
property.
So then if you're using this as pool fencing, I guess somewhere in here, you're gonna have to,
Yeah, so if see where the it's not shown on the plan, we will have to do that, you're right. Where the orchard kind of stops below the
Mhm.
pool, we're likely gonna return the fence back that way towards
so there's no cover on the pool,
there will be a cover too.
because you don't necessarily have to have a fence for the pool. Hey, what? No, unacceptable.
Yeah.
What do you mean they changed it?
Yeah.
I thought you could have a floating alarm and alarms on the doors in a cover. Isn't it 2 of 7?
We usually done 3 modes of protection, but we could definitely look into that. They have kids and they have dogs, and so that's part of the reason they want a fence anyways, but that's, I failed to mention, we would be putting a sliding,
Right here.
right, sorry,
So-
at the main driveway
Oh, yeah, here,
there, yes.
Right.
Because of kids and dogs and things, but,
right.
we can look into that.
Okay, yeah, it's not a big deal. Okay, that was it for questions. Anyone from the public would like to speak on this item? Okay, comments from the board.
I'll go.
Ms. Froschman. Yeah.
I think it's a really nice project. I really, really like it a lot. It's a great way of updating a kind of tired property into something really beautiful. So it's great. That's it.
Mr. Verdiak?
Well, I agree. I think it's a nice project and I'll support it.
Ms. Grubb?
I agree to that. I think what I like the most is the way we took the access to the garage from the directly from front and turn it around. I think that was nicely done. That's what I was thinking about, ways to maybe improve it, but the whole concept of turning the garage access and changing the front is well done, and yeah, very nicely done.
And I would just like to extend my anger and outrage at the state stupid fence rule,
To be confirmed.
because
I'll-
to be
I'll-
confirmed,
I'll-
but yeah, that would be a devastating blow to us landscape architects. Okay, otherwise, yeah, I agree. It looks very nice. So here for conceptual, return full board preliminary final full board when you're ready.
Thank you, board members.
Okay, I think we just have one more. Okay, so final item, number 11. The familiar Guidi new dwelling, request of Michael Santillon, agent architect for the owner, Eugenio Guidi, for preliminary approval of a new residence, last heard March 3rd of this year. And so do we have the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
I am here, Michael Santillon, the architect.
We can't hear you, barely hear you.
Can you hear me a little better now?
A little bit better.
I don't know how to make my voice louder.
Okay, that's a little better. So let me go ahead and read through the comments and then I'll turn it over to you and you can show us what's changed.
Okay.
So architectural style, landscaping and massing are acceptable. Study fenestrations on each elevation to be more cohesive and consistent with a reduced variety. Study window above entry door and make picture window rather than double hung window. Doors on east elevation, second floor master bedroom, and sliding glass doors and great room on east elevation should be centered on second story volume and technically same width. Study head heights to ensure they're correct. Restudy front lines of garage on entry, reduce height and width of chimney, return with landscape plans, colors, and materials. So whenever you're ready, we've seen this many times, so just kind of show us how you address the comments and what has changed.
Okay. Yeah. Your comments describe the fixes that we took care of. The chimney was described to be too big, so I shortened it and made it less wide. You can see that on the side elevation. There was one, well, I'll go ahead and take care of that one first. Yeah. So I think it's maybe a couple of feet shorter and a couple of feet less wide. Now go back up. Right there.
Okay, keep moving. Yep.
Okay, at the front elevation, there was a particular window. Let's see. I think you go back up. Yeah, that's the front. The window above the front entry door was a double hung window, and we changed it to a picture window, fixed glass, and centered it. I think it was slightly off center. There's that. To the right, on the second floor, that's the master bedroom. The doors there, I think, were slightly different. I think they may have been off center, so it lined them up with the doors down below. It was mostly just that, just kind of standardizing the windows. There are no more slider windows at all. They're all double hung or fixed glass. And that chimney, you can see on the lower elevation, the dashed line of the maximum height of the building. We're well below the maximum height. Really, I think that takes care of it.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board? Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Nobody here anymore, so comments.
I think it's gone through the list and done most of what we asked, and I think it's becoming a better and improvable project. I have some minor comments. If you can, on this elevation, if you can follow this. Again, the comment on the windows. I know you worked on it, but look here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kinds of windows. You know, like it would be nice just to have like 3 windows for the whole project, maybe 4. But it's just like it's a minor comment. It's not very visible on this side, but it does happen throughout. See if there is something. There are some sizes that you can live with that double up from a bedroom to kitchen to living room, so they're more or less, you know. If you go back to the next picture, Jonathan, to the one below, Let's see, they are the same that it's just like one wonders, how come this window cannot be like that window? I mean, why is that? I'm sure there's a reason, maybe you have storage on top of the garage, who knows? But if those kind of things that, why is this is maybe a bathroom window that is so tall. It just makes you wonder how come everything is so, how come there's no more consistency? You go to the next one, the last one. Yeah, no, okay, this, we've seen them. Okay, let's go up again. Yeah. Go up again, one more, and maybe one more. Yeah, here you're getting very close. So I think it's ready for preliminary.
Okay, any other comments?
Yeah, I agree with what Alex was saying about the windows. Can you go up again to the side, keep going. Yeah, that one there. Some of the smaller windows, you could even turn them into small casements and get rid of the center line that makes the proportions of the glass look so elongated compared to your bigger double hungs. The whole thing with multiple windows is finding proportions that work together with each other and trying to simplify it. So again, I know that we've been going around on this for a while and you've made a lot of improvements, but you could still study that and just, either try to pick your best looking window and try to use those as much as possible and then simplify the small ones so that they mimic half the size of the bigger ones instead of cutting it in half and creating a whole different mood with these extreme rectangles. So
it's going to be cheaper and easier to build that way.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah. It'd be simplified.
Any other comments?
I mean, I brought up last time, I think that you could put a vertical here in these double hung windows. And if we go up to the front elevation where you have these doors, you can put a vertical in there and a couple cross pieces. It's a cheap way of adding detail to your house. And, I think it would be beneficial for you to have a look at that. I think it would add some detail and some character to the building. That's my opinion.
Okay. Someone want to make a motion?
I think we're giving the applicant two different things. I mean, we agree that, like, we haven't talked about putting the money. So,
I just think that he could try to pick, like Alex was saying, 3 window types and look for similar proportions. And I mean, the idea of adding muntins is kind of a different track. But just to get his proportions right and then repeat the good ones and not have so many different kinds of windows. I mean, even what we're looking at right now, there's so many slightly different ones that I think you could hone that down. I think we can move you forward today, but just ask you to keep working on that and looking at windows and trying to improve on what you've got there. You've come a long way in terms of aligning things and it's looking better and better.
What I suggest is, I'm not sure if you have a window schedule on the drawings, but once you start drawing the windows,
Yeah.
figure out, it's like, gee, do I really need this extra?
Why do I have 10 window types or
Yeah.
12 window types when I could have 3?
Yes, yes, you put them all next to each other, then you start thinking, well, maybe I can have 5 of these instead of 3 of these and 2 of the other kind.
Yeah.
You know, so that, anyway, right now we're getting down to the details, so I would be glad to make a motion for the preliminary approval. And maybe a return to consent. Everything's pretty much worked out, and we're only talking about fenestration.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. We see you on consent for final.
Congratulations, this is the big approval, right?
Okay.
You can actually submit to the building department kind of whenever you're ready, but you have to still get the final before you're done.
Okay, thanks very much.
You're welcome. Bye.
Okay. So,
Motion to adjourn?
all those in favor? One opposed. Thank you.